Hey,
Oh
uh,
no, Rumbleverse is dead.
yeah, we can start there. Hold on, let me just ASMR.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
good. I like that.
it happens
Tap
to
your
me.
tap your nails.
I don't respond much. I don't care much about that shit. But like when I do hear a can opening on something, I kind of go, "Uh, I could have a, I could have a can right now."
All right,
Yeah.
now pour that can out on the fucking floor.
Mm-hmm. All over my keyboard.
Yeah, there you
Rumbleverse.
go.
We confirmed the rumor from last week was they were going to shut down, according to some
Some
guy
guy.
with a bigger Twitter account.
Yeah.
And then they hard confirmed it. The Rumbleverse is shutting down at the end of February. And yeah, man. Like I said on Twitter, I'll tell my kids about the game that lets you SPD fools off of the top of a skyscraper. Rip, rip.
I when the news broke, I think it's the most I've ever felt like Larry David, confused looking at that crowd doing that. I don't know, because at the same time, like, oh no, as I haven't played that game in 100 days.
Mm-hmm.
So how upset can I really be?
Well, to me, there's games that I can go, more than that, and still be like, yeah, I'll come back to that when I'm feeling nice and ready.
Yeah, but those
But
games aren't live service games.
live service games need your live service attention. They certainly do. Thing is, and I've said it before, like I've spent my money on the cosmetics in that thing because I want to hide my character. So I've definitely I've definitely spent my money, and I'm gonna, I guess, be able to get the refund. But um, the real uh, pop up video factoid is the one where you go, hold on a minute, this launched late last year.
Hmm.
Babylon's Fall launched early last year. They're both ending at the end of
Oh,
February.
oh, dude, there is like a massive list.
A
I
whole
had it
bunch of
earlier this
canceled
week.
games. Yeah.
Like something I've never heard of called Crossfire X
Mm-hmm.
is shutting down, and there's
Quarter
there's a
one.
couple others.
Quarter one casualties are going down. But the point before was that Babylon's Fall technically lived longer than Rumbleverse did.
Ah, oh,
That's a horrible bunkmate to be
oh, what
saddled
was?
with.
There's another one. Takedown City is
Knockout
Knockout
City.
City. That is also dead. That is in the process of dying right
Yeah.
now.
Now, I guess. Well, so live service free is it's a that's a dice roll. That's a dice roll. I think whatever, we can just repeat the same points over and over again. I think we kind of covered it with yesterday last week's talk of just like, you want to get people, you want to make sure you're firing on all cylinders and everybody has to
Hmm.
be all on board with uh the aesthetics, man. And
Yeah, people would rather buy Wolverine a new shirt
sure.
than cover up a ugly
Yeah,
uh,
I'm and
tiny
I'm and
Batman.
and it's like repeat as ad nauseum on that bit.
Right.
So whatever.
But there's more.
But that aside, there's there's the aspect of like, this is a fucking super sick game idea, and like it executed on the gameplay stuff really well, and it was a ton of fun, and like it had a very novel way of like building out your characters, and when it was doing its thing, it felt
That was
really
great. Yeah.
good.
Hmm.
When you're fighting off two people and you're wall splatting one and then like knocking down the other and then continuing your combo, and then like like maybe you don't you kill one and maybe you're too damaged, so then you grab the chicken and then you jump away off the top of a building, and then you're like, I won that fight, I got my perks, like that felt really cool. And I yeah, I guess the other thing I want to know about is like, even in a a situation where game, is like as appealing as it can be, what is the viability of the live service battle royale free style economic plan for a game? Like, how viable is that? And what's the last one that not necessarily became a big hit, but manages to like break even and then survive?
So, I feel as somebody who played every game that became the game that studios crashed themselves into the shore trying to be. Like, I played Street Fighter in the 90s, and then we got to see just a million shitty Street Fighter clones, right? Then Call of Duty, then World of Warcraft, Fortnite, Destiny, like all of these. What's the viability for a free-to-play battle royale that exists in the same universe as Fortnite, but also on the same app as Fortnite and somewhat the similar art as Fortnite? Like, zero. Like, there's no one, right? And I was just thinking about it just now. One of Rumbleverse's biggest problems, like, because live service, like, you have to have people having fun, but then you want to get people invested, right? That's the only two parts to it, right? Have them enjoy the game and then have them invest the game. And I think what might be a bigger problem than Rumbleverse's kind of hideous aesthetic is that, like, it's a wrestling game, and kids like guns more than they like pro wrestling now. But more than that, you can sell cosmetics for guns. You can sell cosmetics for swords. You can't sell cosmetics for nothing.
Yeah, that, I mean, there's a factor to that is probably a percentage of this. There's a factor that is probably about not even just the like cosmetic of guns or people wanting that, but like shooters also bring about like fucking gun bros and people who know every model of every type, make of every gun type.
Same thing with car games. Car games have car nuts.
Right, exactly. Gun enthusiasts that come out and are like looking for this specific version and how it feels and the fire rate and all that shit. So you get that with every game that's a shooter, and like even if it's a game like Halo, which is like a bunch of alien ass weapons, you're still gonna drop in something like a battle rifle, and you're gonna be like, oh well, this is kind of a cool version.
And there's a good old fashioned shotgun.
Exactly, right. So there's that. There's definitely the little comfort zone of the gun game thing, but I also I don't want to call that an issue in the sense that, like, my whole thing is I want games that are less about guns in general. I want games that are more about fists and combat because
Wooly,
and
you're wrong.
Now
you're wrong to want.
I'm wrong to want that. Yeah, so there's definitely that bit. But I think there's other things you can think about too, right? Like not because you can. That's probably a small part of that. I think another interesting point of comparison is think about Multiversus, which also launched in a similar window. Is a different style of game, but it's also free to play, and it's also here's your battle pass, you're earning cosmetics, and yada yada. They're very comparable launches and very comparable styles of economics for those games, but besides and both Epic and WB obviously can afford to, run servers as long and as much as they want to. The demand for running a battle royale server versus, or like the types of games you have to run or just filling them with bots and all that stuff, I can only imagine is, like multiplicative of the amount you would need for running your platform fighter Smash clone
very likely
games, right? And a game that is, 2v2 can thrive longer with less people on it because your matchmaking is not going to show you like a room full of bots and things like that, versus the necessity of a giant pool of people. So when a drop off occurs in a battle royale game, you can't tank that hit as much as you can tank it in
Oh man. So
a fighter.
we thought it was like matchmaking stuff, and we thought it was ranking stuff. But like every day that I played Rumbleverse, it was like, man, there are appreciably more of these people are bots.
Yeah.
Right?
It was all of the above, though. It was the
Sure.
higher skill you get, you do run into less people, but also people were dropping off.
Yeah, but the reason why there's no more people at the higher skill is because the population just couldn't support it, right?
Yep.
And they talked kind of briefly that they, I feel like maybe I invented this, but like the bots were a solution to, you don't want people waiting 10 minutes for a match, because that's the worst thing that can happen, right? But like, and so that's kind of what you have to do. But like, I was playing Rumbleverse matches that were like, I only fought human beings in like the last 2 minutes of the entire thing.
Right. You get to, you beat a bunch of bots and you get to top it. Yeah, Champion League, right? You get a bunch of bots killed quickly, and then top 8 is humans, But yet another perspective, I think, worth talking about here is the one where, I mean, look, man, what is the trial time for a game supposed to be, right? I don't know how Multiversus is performing. I don't know how many people are on it currently, because both of those games, I kind of dropped off for a bit. Came back to do like an episode of Get Into Fighting Games, but I played season 2 of Rumbleverse sooner than I did the newer content in Multiversus, right? But like, this game had such a short period of time to, I guess, prove itself, and I feel like, if they looked at it and they saw the numbers were just so much more dire than they were hoping for, maybe there's a threshold that was just like, okay, no, maybe you're too far below what our expectations were. But I would love to know if like Multiversus was, achieving those goals, going lower, but given more time to, unload the characters that they wanted to and things like that. It certainly helps that they've got guest starring, bits and pieces, and LeBron James and all that going on. And Rumbleverse didn't. Rumbleverse. So it is a thing where you go, I wonder if all of that aside, right, we talk about these different mistakes, like flaws and issues. Epic is also probably holding a short leash, it feels like, if this is like given less than a year to live.
It's a couple things that I can see. One is I can only assume that Rumbleverse made like basically no money at all. People's complaints about the look and the cosmetics notwithstanding, they're like offering people just full refunds, which, if they made a bunch of money, I don't think they'd be willing to give all of it back. I like that's just
Could
my
be.
gut reaction. The second part is like, Epic, who owns Rumbleverse, is comparing it to the most money making thing that has ever existed.
Of course, right? The classic. Well, your contemporary is a fucking industry leader, so let's see you claim, I don't know, 50% of what Fortnite is doing. We'll be satisfied with that.
That's like, I don't think anything is doing 50% of what Fortnite is doing.
I mean, I'm if I had to guess out of my ass, you could probably just like
ass. Do it.
You could probably just like Steam spy some numbers and figure this out, but I would assume that. Okay. Well, I would.
They're Epic games. You can't.
Oh, right. Okay. If I had to pull a number out of my ass, I would say that Call of Duty and Apex together might get 50% of what Fortnite is doing.
I think GTA might be the only one that actually, because I remember taking cabs in American cities and, hey, where you going? Oh, video game thing. Oh, is that like GTA Online? I play the like grandma in your car.
Oh yeah, for
telling
sure.
you how much they spend on GTA Online.
For sure, Roblox as the new Minecraft is just all the children are following the Pied Piper on that one, no question. But yeah, it would be horrendous if that's what they were being compared to. Fall Guys had a similar trajectory, didn't it? Right? That's a game that was massively explosive. And Among Us, these COVID era games that blew the fuck up, got their second and third and fourth seasons in some cases, and then you don't really hear about them as much anymore. Rumbleverse, they got their second season out because it was being worked on probably during the launch
that
window.
second season was always going to come out.
But yeah, they gave no real reasons, of course, that we could, I guess, chomp on to figure out.
I mean, I can only assume that it's like, here's our plans for season 3, right? Give us the money for season 3. And then Epic goes, you didn't make that much money, though. Why should we give it to you? And they go, because the new season will bring in lots of players. And then they go, but you said that about season 2.
Yeah. Well, we can only speculate, I don't know. And hey, Monday morning quarterback, everybody loves that. I wonder if a game that was the same thing, but I guess brought the scale down so that the matches were between 16 players or 8, in a smaller map or something. Kind of would. Well, no, but that's just a different style of game entirely. That defeats the purpose of the whole full city battle royale. It kills that vibe.
I did a sponsored stream for Naraka Blade Point a couple months ago. And it doesn't feel as tight as Rumbleverse does. But it's like the same basic combat. It's like a melee battle royale. And the biggest difference is that when you picked a character or an archetype, they had their own specific moves and abilities. And I don't know how that would fit in a Rumbleverse, but I thought that was kind of weird that it was using the Fortnite method of stuff, which is you're a clean slate and you pick up absolutely everything, rather than the way that all the other hero games and battle royales that had melee had it, which was you're picking a character and you'll get weapons that work similarly, but your 1 and your 2 are completely different for everybody, more like a MOBA. And I wonder if that would have helped.
Yeah. I don't want to live in a world where it's I know that melee will always be less popular. I don't want a fucking timeline that is not only is it less popular, it is unviable as a concept, right? And I don't think that we're there because, look, I mean, I don't know. There's tons, shooters are the thing. That is the default. But a game series like the shit that FromSoft puts out, the Souls games, can show you that fantasy settings and magic is there, but really magic is a backseat to the sword play and the weapon play in those games, right?
Fantasy's always been the most popular setting ever.
But that's it. Those games have a call to the genre, to the setting, and to the lore that is appropriate for that, so that's more understandable when and same for any other popular fantasy settings where you go, right, this is the weapon set I expect to see, swords and spears and bows and arrows. In a modern context, what is a melee successful game kind of look like,
I can tell you right now what a melee game success
Genshin
looks
Impact?
like. It looks like Dragon Ball Fighters.
Okay. Well,
so the reason why I say that as a goof, I used a fighting game.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, I'm like, battle royale games where you shoot a gun are multiple orders of magnitude more popular than battle royales where you fight, right? And I'm like, does 360 movement in a big area just lend itself more to games where you shoot a gun at range more than you fight? Because every time you actually get into a 1-in-1 fight in Rumbleverse, you might as well be playing a behind the back fighting game on a plane. Unless somebody wants to run away or something like that, right? But like the large open stage is kind of immaterial in the reality of a big fight, whereas in, I mean, I played most of the battle royale shooters. Like walking out a doorway
Mm-hmm.
is like the most stressful thing in the fucking universe in those games, because there or there or there or there, which is a tension and a stress that's just not, doesn't exist in
Yeah,
a melee game.
long range is a whole style of combat that cannot be emulated in this melee context. Now the
Also,
thing,
it's kind of a bummer. Somebody just mentioned it. Anarchy Reigns was the fucking grandpa to
oh yeah,
Rumbleverse,
oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
and they are both meeting the same fate.
Mm-hmm. Because this is what comes to mind, right? Now, when I pose that question, the active word is like a big hit example, because as good as For Honor is, as cool as Naraka Blade Point is, I'm talking about something that is like a massive industry hit. I don't know what I feel like I'm surrounded by people who are into the Honkai Impact world like more than than in the representation that I
I would
see
say that's probably accurate.
is
Yeah.
disproportionate from what it is as a whole across the industry. So my impression of how popular Genshin is not reflective of what it probably really is. That being
Oh,
said,
Genshin's
it's big.
crazy
It's
popular.
big, right? But I guess what I'm wondering is like when we get to that quadruple A level that we talk about Fortnite and stuff. It's like what's the closest we've seen to something being successful with a melee focus. You know, when we get to that like massive industry, you know, like
I would probably say World of Warcraft and FF14, like MMOs.
MMOs.
Like huge arena, tons of money against other people. People want to shoot a gun.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
If you're swinging a sword, they want to swing it against a monster, be it Genshin or WoW or
Mm-hmm.
you know,
Mm-hmm.
they want to wander around and explore.
Mm-hmm. Because I don't think uh that size of a game and that size of success is necessary. I think you can just scope and scale, right? The games I love the most are the kind that are probably never going to be in these places that we're discussing. So
Right.
I like things that are going to aim for like, hey, we you know, we came in at this cost and this is who we're aiming for, and if people that like this style are on board, we can make money, you know, like living in this space. But I just don't want the publishers of games like that to compare them and their success to things like the massive gun games we're talking about, you know?
Well, I have news for you. Too bad. Fucking too bad. They're It's people are making games to make dollars. They're gonna compare the dollars to the other dollars.
Naturally.
The dollars in specifically, right? Because you say, "Hey, Rumbleverse, I want to make a battle royale. I have a big city, have a persistent online services. Give me these dollars." And they go, "Okay, so we're gonna get these dollars, right?" And you go, "Yeah, totally, totally. I promise."
Buttons.
Yeah, I said that to you because it's hilarious.
Yeah. Wooly, I wonder how Rumbleverse would do if it had a smaller player count in each game, like, I don't know, 16 or 8 players. What Wooly means. What if Anarchy reigns online?
Yeah, what if Anarchy reigns online? That would probably be a massive disaster, actually. Yeah.
The idea, the whole thought experiment is just what is a less expensive way of like letting a game like this exist? You know,
I don't know, because
that's the entire thought process.
The only game I can think of that is anything like this that has maintained a level of success enough to continue to exist is For Honor. But For Honor also needs dedicated servers to run like the little dudes.
Yeah.
Right.
But
And
Ubi is keeping that alive. They
Yeah.
are actually putting the money.
But For Honor does something that's really important to a melee game, like much more important to a eliminating circle. For Honor has points, like capture points, and those capture points exist to make you go fucking here. You're gonna fucking fight right here on this spot, right? And the more that I think about the example that I gave of like the 360 battle royale, you know, large area of firearm versus melee. Okay, well, I don't think you've played any shooters battle royales, have you? Like at length, like no
Apex.
PUBG, no
Apex Legends.
Apex, right? Okay, so in Apex, perfect example. When you're at the edge, right, and you we have to run out of the fucking circle, we're going to die, and you do the sprint, right? If you see people like right there, oh shit, there's people like 50 feet away from me, right there. They are also in the same situation, running away from the beam. You can see where they go, or you can even attempt to kill them. In Rumbleverse, I saw that happen all the time, and it's like, oh yeah, there's a guy over there. I can't do anything to him. It just happened. Like the circle doesn't actually make you fight people.
Yeah, so definitely laming it out was something that you would start to, that was a huge issue, but at the same time, camping in battle royales is also a thing that happens regularly, right? Like, people will hit the circle, hit the inner circle if they can see it, and then you know, find a hiding spot and just wait around and not fight. The whole thing, of course,
that is part of the.
That's part of the genre.
It's part of the genre.
So I don't see that as unexpected in any way. I just think that that person is playing. Well, it depends on how much you do it, right? Some camping will help you survive, but in other cases, if you do too much of it, well, you're not getting perks, right? You're not getting the benefits of killing people, and usually the battle royale will balance out in such a way. At least Apex did, which is you start to kill people as the game gets longer, and you're getting golden rewards for it.
Yeah, and, you know, Call of Duty and fucking Fortnite both have a weird issue right at the end, where you're like, there's no reason to ever go out of your way to kill someone because all you can do is lose some of the good stuff you have on you right now. Like, if you have such good stuff,
that's no good. That's no good.
You're in a situation of like, all I can do is have less of this good stuff because there's no better stuff than the stuff I have right now.
Yeah, you want to make sure you don't fuck up that incentive. But yeah, no. So in the end, I suppose, and like, I guess just to zoom out again and you know, just be real and about it. Like, this is a game that we've talked about the idea of something like this forever and have wanted to see it, and you know what? Here it is. It got its shot. It did it, and it unfortunately was not given. It didn't hit for whatever the goals were. And whatever numbers we don't know basically spelt out that Epic was not going to continue to support it, you know? The thing we wanted to see got its shot, and I don't know that the version of what we would want would ever check off every single box. I mean, Hi-Fi Rush only comes once a goddamn decade.
Yeah.
But it checked off certainly more than enough of the boxes of something that I fucking would love. And the market, I guess, showed what it was on that. So, you know, as much as it's like, oh, maybe this, maybe that, maybe, but at the same time, you know, maybe this is what it is. Maybe this is just the reality of the situation.
I'm thinking of some more of its contemporaries, right? And I saw somebody in the chat mention Time to Kill. Right? Time to Kill in Rumbleverse is like a minute, right? Like it's long. You have to really beat on somebody to kill them, right? Time to Kill in shooters, like any shooter.
I thought you were talking about a game called Time to Kill. I was like, what game are you talking about?
TTK
Right?
Is existing metric.
The amount of time it takes to get somebody. Yeah.
Halo's is the longest at like 6 seconds. Apex is like a little bit under that, and then like Call of Duty's and Fortnite's Time to Kills can be like 1 second.
Okay, I see where this is going.
And while that's like wildly infuriating if you get killed, it also leads to situations where you can defend yourself against like 5 people. Like I had some occasional really fantastic moments in Fortnite and Call of Duty in which you kill somebody, you have your little gunfight, and then you hear somebody trying to third party your gunfight and you
Mm-hmm.
get them, and you hear somebody trying to third party that gunfight and
Mm-hmm.
you get them,
Mm-hmm.
and you feel like you can do it. Every time I got into a big brawl in Rumbleverse, dude, like interminably long,
So
and people are like
because
leaving,
right,
getting health, and coming back.
and the metric of TTK with guns and bullets and ranged battle being applied to a melee fight or a wrestling battle is like, if you're just going, if you're using it, if you're putting it on the chart, yeah, it's going to be much longer. I do think it's not the right comparison point, in the sense that what Rumbleverse resembles more is how many touches, right? Because
Hmm.
a lot of fighters have a metric that's similar to TTK, which is like in Marvel, that could be a one touch game. One touch and the character is dead, right? In
Hmm.
Street Fighter 5 final season, it can be a 2 to 3 touch game if you're
Hmm.
all playing super optimally and whatnot, right? So every time you kind of, a little footsie exchanges notwithstanding, like you can have a Rumbleverse battle where if you absolutely dominate them, you touch them about 4 times, right?
Hmm.
If you got the wall and all your moves up, you can do it in much less. You can do it in 3, but like that sort of sequence of like doing the combo, doing the damage, letting them get back up, is all adding gameplay and time, where bullets just kind of eliminate that.
Yeah,
You
but
know?
what I mean is not so much like I understand exactly what you mean, but like every second that you spend in a fight in Rumbleverse is a second that somebody can find you and run up on you and ambush you,
Mm-hmm.
right?
But the
Or
time it
third
takes
party
for them
you.
to get there
Right.
is not them seeing you in the scope and firing. They got to
Right.
come and
No, they have to actually
engage.
walk over.
Mm-hmm.
But the second problem to that is that like I feel like third partying is like a big deal in Rumbleverse. Like it happens a lot, and the system can't handle it. Like the fighting system can't deal with multiple people. Like grabbing somebody in a grab or hitting people that are in grabs, like the whole thing is just kind of a mess.
Go on.
Like do you remember like going to grab somebody and then being like knocked out of what you thought was your unassailable animation, or getting like weaponed out of melee
Yeah.
exchanges by
So,
like it's made for one-on-one.
but okay. Yes, but a lot of that confusion was clarified when I really went back and looked at the circle of life.
Hmm.
The grabs beats blocking, blocking beats
Right.
strikes, power grabs. Like there's a little triangle of stuff that the flash you see means this is gonna beat that, and like in terms of invulnerability, in terms of like when you would clash, there was a lot of leniency for two things of the same type. Even if the timing
Hmm.
is off, they would still cause a clash, right? Hit stun was really slow so that you'd have the opportunity to like, well, read the situation a little bit better, as opposed to looking for one frame links and shit like that.
I think that the
So the confusion, just to
Mhm.
clarify there, like some of that stuff is like, it depends on, I guess, how emphasized that little triangle is to the player that's getting into the game. But once you kind of know what that is, it makes it make more sense.
I totally agree with you. However, the average person who wants
Hmm.
to play a battle royale
Hmm.
is not going to study the
For sure.
circle of life
Yeah.
flowchart for damages.
But that's just the like that's a separate, right. That's it. Like if there's the average person pick up on that versus the like, it appears confusing and it's like, well, there's an answer here, but how picked up is that going to be? How many people necessarily grabbed onto that as they were? And it was emphasized in the, as soon as you started and it shows you the thing, and
Hmm.
it's there, but at a certain point, I guess it's like, well, the player is going to either, you know, follow along and pick up on this stuff, or they're not.
So like,
but I do think though that go ahead.
The most important thing is like, it's like, how do I put this? Fortnite has depth, particularly with its building stuff, as annoying as it is. But at its most base level, like everyone understands that when you move your mouse and you click on the guy's head when you have a rifle, you shoot them. And everybody can understand that if there's a wall in the way, regardless of how that wall got there, the wall will block the bullet, right? And then everyone can understand that your item that destroys walls can destroy that wall. Like, that's that game's weapon triangle, basically, right? Rumbleverse has a fucking 7-point priority chart that is not intuitive to anyone. It's not even intuitive to us.
Now, yeah, there's definitely things in Fortnite when I think about the building and the way like those fights go where my brain doesn't understand what's happening. Right.
Oh yeah, I can.
And
so I
that
can actually
is something
explain that to you in a way that'll click.
But
the nonsense build stuff is just being above somebody makes it easier to shoot them.
No.
And cover more of your body, and the faster you build, the higher you go. That's it.
That much is evident, right? But I mean, like literally in terms of like how you construct the best shape in what ways, and the dynamics of that.
Are you cranking 90s?
Are so wild, right?
You familiar with that term?
No. 90-degree angles.
90s is like right angle wall, right angle wall.
Yeah, nice. Okay. But the whole thing with that though is that like I think building represents something that is a similarly like if you're first walking into this going shoot the bang to kill the enemy, and you see that you go what? That's another obtuse step that's inside of this game that is very, very popular, right? I don't know that like it's like, well, because of that exchange like system, like the people that are turned off by that aren't necessarily gonna like. I'm phrasing this poorly because this is the type of thing that I don't do well at.
You're not super familiar with it.
I think that games can have stuff like that, like Fortnite can have building, but if the game is popular regardless, it's because something else is drawing people towards it anyways. Right,
and
I don't
Fortnite
think, and like if
coasting off massive inertia and Master Chief,
and I think that comparably, people who don't know about that little exchange stuff, like you know about how fighting games work, so you're thinking about some of those moments because you know enough to know that you thought your grab would work, but you didn't know enough to look at that chart, right?
But someone who's the phrase you just used is perfect.
Yeah,
in that when I went into Rumbleverse, I already knew enough to know.
Yeah, but someone who doesn't know any of that is just like pressing punches, pressing grab, just doing the basics. Like they might not even feel that moment of like, oh, I thought my grab would work because they're just doing all this instinctively anyway. It's button bashing at that point. I think that that's not going to be enough of a like wall to somebody, because again, a game like Fortnite can have building and still thrive, right? So I think that it's like there can have these little things that we can talk about, but like if the game is really has a lot going for it, like beyond that, people will kind of just look past it and then eventually figure out, oh yeah, we're stacking 90s or whatever, like you eventually building gentrifying the neighborhood in Fortnite becomes the norm, but from the outside,
which is weird because now no build is permanent and wildly popular.
So in another way, like I guess if like let's say Fortnite like shut down, and like it ever like was like a thing where like this we were kind of looking at like, oh, what were the things that Fortnite probably weren't doing great. I imagine like we'd talk about like tower building as like a what was that?
I'm going to tell you right now, Wooly. Here's the problem with Fortnite. You ready? There's not really a whole lot that Fortnite doesn't do great.
At this point,
the game is like polished to a fucking mirror shine. It has new mechanics and concepts added to it like every fucking 60 days.
At this point, it
has
certainly
every-
had the ability. Yeah, it's
It has
gotten
every concept and character you have ever wanted.
the philosophy of absorb it into us has worked and paid
It's
off
the World of
in
Warcraft
spades.
concept. Like that's ours now.
Yeah.
Like they were running a Spider-Man promotion in which you could web swing, and the web swinging in it was as good as Insomniac Spider-Man. Like just ridiculous.
I like I said, I feel I'm right now. I'm in one of those moments where I'm like, I feel like I'm probably not able to effectively communicate my sentiments. I don't have the right analogies, and I'm not laying this out in a way where people are necessarily getting it. But I feel like there's a lot of little things that are going to contribute when we look back on it. Could that contribute to like difficulty of onboarding? None so large as the aesthetics, right?
So
and
I'm just gonna stop you for just 1 second.
Go ahead, yeah.
Because the difficulty onboarding problem for Rumbleverse is very significant, because the popular battle royales don't need onboarding at all.
Right. You just get in and you
need
go,
it
right?
At all. Have you played a shooter in 20 years?
You got it. Right. The specifics of your character's abilities, which you get on the character select screen, are the most unique thing you're going to be picking up, right? And as I got into Gundam Evolution, it was like, oh yeah, I played Overwatch a little bit. I know how this works, right?
I played Unreal Tournament fucking 25 years ago.
Absolutely, and this is something that is like just straight up like, well, that's what video games have been for the last 2 decades. Like, fighting games have not been the thing that people know or care about for the last 2 decades. So it definitely is going to just run up against that for sure.
So yeah, but you're right. The aesthetic's gonna be the breaking point at the end of the day.
I'm just thinking like if there was a just a level of like, god damn, I fucking love this world and these characters and everything about it, and you're pulled in and that's going on and firing on all cylinders in that regard. And then like I mean, the fucking, the moves were cool and that was all super sick. But if there was a draw that just almost like overpowered those other bits, right? You would still see people being drawn towards the thing.
I have something sadder to say about the aesthetic, and that is, if Rumbleverse came out in 1997, right? Its pro wrestling aesthetic would do gangbusters. Unfortunately,
Attitude Era
came out in 2022, an era in which pro wrestling is not the cultural zeitgeist explosion that it was. Pro wrestling will never be how it was in the 90s.
So that's the feeling I get. I guess I just get is like, the benefit of not the benefit of the doubt, but like it would coast over some of these more intricate like onboarding things if like people just like went, I want that, I want more of that, I want that, I want to be on that game, I want more of this character, I want more of this or that and such, so yeah.
I just saw something in the chat that made me like kind of hurt because I believe it, which is somebody in the chat. Let me scroll up, get their name. Fucking
I'm trying and failing so hard. All
they
right.
Could have easily blown up the whole Earth had they gone with superheroes.
In what?
And I'm like,
in
if
which
they
game?
had gone with superheroes.
In this game?
Yeah.
With anything with a brand,
And the what just popped into my head was like movement options available for characters in a superhero battle royale. Teleport, flight, speed.
That being said, the very joke of the idea that we discussed way back when was wrestling, though, because of how fucking fun and cool that idea is.
So we have to stand and take our lumps and say, Keats and people over at Iron Galaxy, if you did in fact get this idea from us on the podcast,
Okay.
we're sorry. Bad idea for money. Our bad.
Yeah, and
Oops.
I don't think that ended up happening.
I don't even care.
But City of Heroes.
You killed Rumbleverse, Wooly.
I killed Rumbleverse.
It was you.
Me personally. City of Heroes was a little thing for a minute.
City of Heroes was not that good, but the fact that you could make your own superhero made it have like a really, really, really dedicated like fan base. And that game's biggest problem for its whole life cycle was the devs realizing they made a copyright machine and just going, stop making Superman and Wolverine. Stop it. And like forcing people to change their characters.
Yeah. Fuck. All right.
So,
I wish I was better at talking. Anyway.
Don't worry, man. It's not important to your job or anything.
Yeah. The hilarity, of course, is I could also confirm at this point that this Friday I'm going to jump back on, and Keats is going to be joining, get into fighting games for a little Rumbleverse action, little farewell stream.
Ask him all those questions he's not able to answer you.
yeah. We'll see how that goes, and I definitely am curious to see what the professional style play is going to look like. So we're going to be doing one of those. It's going to be hype, and we'll say farewell to it.
I will say there's another game that got shut down. I think I mentioned it. Takedown City, Knockout City. Is that it? The dodgeball one. That makes the Rumbleverse shutdown actually hurt worse, because the Knockout City one, they are going like, guys, shit's dead. We're gonna shut it down. Here's everything you need to run servers for it privately.
Ooh,
which
big
is like
moves.
Like, okay, that's really great.
Big
and it
moves.
Kind of sucks that because Rumbleverse is good enough that people like you or other crazy people would be able to go, hey guys, I'm firing up a Rumbleverse server for the weekend. Who wants to come and
sick,
right?
Yeah. Rising Thunder Community Edition, fucking Halo servers, Metal Gear Solid 3 online, that's cool. That's cool. When you go, let the game have some way of existing, because in the most like sincere way, like, it makes it so that all the efforts of the people who made this game and all the people who enjoyed it at some point in time are not vanished forever, right? Mm-hmm. The death of a game that just becomes a login screen that can no longer be logged into is so fucking sad. That shit goddamn sucks. I hate it. It's one of the things I hate the most about the modern era of video games. The fact that games can literally just stop existing, right? Old games, things that aren't a hit anymore, all right, there's still, you can still have it. There's still things out there. There's still ways to go play it, whatever the case may be, right? If I log on to a game that is dead servers, then let me still be able to boot up the game, play it if I want to, and then have a hard time finding a match. But if I know one other person, I can go, yo, jump on, let's play.
I bet you. So, as somebody in the chat can vouch for this, but I bet if I really said fuck it and spent the hour or two, I could go play some Unreal Tournament 2004 assault matches right the fuck now. Like, right now. And that game is 18 years old.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Another point I was...
that, yes, I could do that.
Another thing I was going to say earlier that I forgot, for folks that were mentioning Monster Hunter, I don't think that enters the discussion because, like, that's not, like, PvP, right?
I don't think PvP is the discussion. I think the discussion I understand what your mindset on that, but what I was saying earlier about Genshin and 14 and WoW and stuff like
Right,
that.
right. Yeah, yeah.
I
True, true,
think
true.
the discussion between shooting and melee in a big area
Mm-hmm.
is that people want to shoot other people in a big area, but
Mm-hmm.
they want to fight other things in a big area, which is where Monster Hunter comes into play.
Yeah. Well, it's to echo the sentiment I said, you said for the third time. This is the idea. It did happen. It had a shot. You know, not all boxes
Hey,
were checked, but enough were checked that it's just like, well, yeah, that's not going to be a big hit.
hey, Wooly.
I'd love again a version of this that was scaled to be affordable for a you know
Hey, Wooly.
a smaller group of people interested.
So
Hey,
you're gonna have Keats on your show on Friday, you said?
mm-hmm.
You will be the coolest guy ever if you just start up that show with like, so Keats, why do you guys decide to make it so ugly?
Yeah, you
What was
see,
the thought process behind that?
mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
You'll be so cool.
mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's why you're Pat Starzat and I'm Wooly Versus, isn't it? At the end of the day.
Yeah, that's a bit of a dividing line.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. And everyone who's all about that does not have anyone's best interest at mind. There are how do I put this? There are times when it is clear that your viewers,
Yeah.
because I have viewers, we have viewers, and you have viewers.
Yeah, no, Twitch gives me the breakdown. There's like 50%
There are
that share our
times
channels.
when your viewers come around and it's very clear that that's what they are, and there's no chill.
Yeah. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
And there's times when I can look and I can see the number and be like, you don't care about what I do on a regular basis. I know what you're here for. I see what's up, you know. And yeah, I'm going to I'll take that suggestion in mind, and we'll run it up the
So I
run it up
obviously joke
the
because
hierarchy and see where we
even
get.
a confrontational idiot like myself understands the reality of no one's gonna answer that question.
I'll run it upstairs and see what the
No, wait, I
what the
did
board
do
has
that.
to say.
I did that to Rebecca on a fucking Dead by Daylight stream. And I asked her what it was like to play a game that had like constant updates that were like of high quality when she was working on Warframe. And she just laughed and went, oh, 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 oh. Ah, it was great. Ah, love you, Rebecca Ford. I'm sure Warframe's in good hands. Ah, so what you do with your week, man?
Um, not a ton. Let's see. Yeah, not much to it, I guess. Main thing. Well, hey, how about this? I'll take a portion of my very meager week to go and tell people that there's some cool shirts you can get if you want to go get one.
You should buy them, in fact.
Yeah. You can go to tinyurl.com/CSB shirts and you'll see some cool new shirts.
Buy the shirt.
And there's some sick designs. Death metal themed is the motif, and if you haven't checked them out, check them out. See if you like. There's a cool CSB one. There's a Wooly Versus one, and I re-upped the Get Into Fighting games. So check them out. Beyond that,
Cover your disgusting naked body.
do it.
Oh, also, in regards to what you were just saying, hey, folks from Pat Stares At, Don't go troll Wooly on his show. Come troll me on my show. I asked for this. Did you see the Photoshop going around of me sitting in the background and I'm sitting in a chair, but then it's dark, so they just squiggled little tiny baby legs onto me and go, he's standing back there in anger?
I did not. I did not
it's
see
fucking,
that.
it's upsetting.
Yeah. I mean, really and truly, I've been around a minute. I can say that Reggie is the one that is oftentimes just the most confused and just lost as to what kind of culture has been cultivated over these.
He hasn't had his foot in it for like 12 years, right?
Yeah. I have
Takes
to.
a while to really get used to the miasma.
Yeah, I gotta like sit him down and remind him that it's all gonna be okay. From time to time, but no. What did I do? Well, I've been avoiding getting into it to not get anybody annoyed, but I'll bring it up this week because it's very relevant. Yomi Hustle, aka Your Only Move is Hustle.
You mean Your Only Move is Hustle? Definitely not Yomi Hustle. That would be infringement.
Mm-hmm. That game has now been released on Steam, and it's $5, and it's the new version of it for Steam that has a new character and better servers and new features like customization of your character's like style, and you can give yourself whatever type of energy aura. You can customize the particles around you. You can do amazing things. So a lot of fun with that. There's a great style that's been just like Undertale. You're a white outline with a red heart inside of your chest. Fucking sick. So go check it out. $5, really good game. I played that. I mean, I've never stopped playing it. I've been on it the whole time. But
what did it used to cost? Because now the 1.0 price is $5.
It was free. It was free.
Oh, it's free. Okay. Well, yeah, free to $5 is a really minor increase.
It was an itch.
It's an infinite increase, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, it was an itch.io game. It was free, and now the new version that has all these other things I described is $5, and yeah, it's fucking great. We had a stream with that. I got to kind of do some matches and show off some stuff. As I've been playing, I've been fucking, just becoming one with the wizard. That's my main. I go fucking all in on that, and just into casual playing it. I ended up fighting some stronger players recently. I had a match with the dev. I had a match with some tournament playing folks that like you go, oh shit, I can feel the bloodlust from the other side of the fucking screen. There are movements that you see where like you're like that was a like 2000 IQ play. I was preparing for 2 or 3 steps ahead. You did something that I don't even know what you were anticipating. Like you countered something that I can't even fathom what you thought was coming. Moments like that happen where you're just like, damn, I got to go watch this replay and see what
did he think I was gonna do? What possible situation
was
this the right move?
And then after you see 1 or 2 of those, you go, the right move is the unexpected straight punch. Bop. That works out. Got a match against Hitchhiker as well on stream. That was fun. So yeah, that was a cool time, and I want everyone to check that out. It's gonna come out as a Get Into Fighting Games episode soon. The timer of the game was a point that I think folks were concerned about, because games do take a minute, because like the original timer was a chess timer where you both have 30 minutes counting down on your turns.
Too long.
It took a while.
That's too long.
So what that's changed to is you have 30-second turns, period. Right?
That's much better.
Every 30 seconds you must act, and that's that. Yes, this is much better, because like I've played a lot of the game, and I've gotten to the point where I it takes like it takes a couple seconds to put the move in that you want to do, or the movement. Then it takes a couple seconds to check what they can do to counter it, and then it takes a couple seconds to counter that, and then another couple to counter that, right? So let's say you take about 5 seconds to go like, I'm going to do this. He can do this to counter it. I'm going to beat that counter. Here's how he can counter the counter. And then that last 10 seconds is like, I don't know, fuck this, whatever. Right? And you kind of like, you divide your 30 seconds accordingly. But then you have to act and factor in DI, where you're like, oh, I got a perfect move. I'll do this. And then you go, wait, what if he decides to tilt himself to the left instead of the right? Oh no, I whiff entirely. Okay, I hope this works. Right? So you kind of find a way to like use that 30 seconds and think faster, and you're always under pressure. And it's a lot of it's great. It totally works out. It's hard for beginners, of course, because 30 seconds is like, oh my god, I have a lot of options at the bottom of the screen. What do I do? You know, and then it's going to take a second. So this is where I guess just you know, it wouldn't be bad to like do the first matches you play, maybe kind of trying out your moves without a timer stress, just to know what clicks when you click on this, what happens, you know. But yeah, the new clock is really good for the game. I had another.
It was 30 minutes. That's insane.
Mm-hmm. I had another point I was going to bring up, but I kind of forget. But anyway, so oh yes, I had so I had the pleasure, of course. So when you stream this game, there's an interesting conundrum in that it's a turn-based game over time, and so jumping on stream to play against some folks didn't necessarily consider the part where if someone's watching my stream, they can just perfectly counter every action I do because they're seeing it live on stream. And I was like, oh god damn it,
plenty of delay.
Yeah, so you have to
add 7 seconds.
Gonna have to increase the delay for if I ever do that, right? Because stream snipers in this game have perfect information, you know, unless you wait till the last second to be like, I'm gonna do this instead. Like, you can't fucking do it in this game. Stream snipe is bad. So we had a moment where I was gonna play. So we were setting up to play, and then Reggie was like, "Oh, why don't you just do some randos and see how it goes?" And so I was like, "Okay, sure. I'll show off how the game has evolved." And then some stream sniping tournament players are following me around. They jump into a room, so I click one at random, and then it turns out that there's a council of players advising that person on how to play.
Okay, so you're playing against the Phantom Thieves.
So I'm fighting the council. I'm literally, you know, and I was just like, at a certain point, I'm like, there's a council and my footage is live on stream. This is impossible. And you know what?
Yeah, you've kind of handed them the keys.
And you know what? Given that circumstance, I almost won. So, hey, not too bad. Not too shabby. But it was kind of crazy, and I went, oh, fuck, yeah. We actually need to probably put a stream delay out for these types of games. You know, haven't thought about that since, like, what? I feel like there's one other game, maybe, where that was a thing. But anyway, the new character that's in the Steam build is a robot that is essentially just Potemkin Sentinel Potemkin Sentinel
robot.
Yeah. There's probably a third character in there. Potemkin Sentinel Gold Lewis. That's what the robot is.
So he's a big boy robot
with Tager.
Okay.
Magnetism, Heavenly, Rocket Punch, long range command grab, armor, full screen, full ground pound that makes the whole ground shake and hurt you, flight, you name it. Madness, right? Terrifying. But like, if you wanted a big body, you got that with the new character as well. So check that out. I also was when I was asking, you know, about just like when I was talking to Ivy Sly, the creator, I was kind of like, so could local be a thing? You know, because that's the main thing I kind of wanted to figure out is how we could play it on the couch. And
So is that do you think like a technical thing, or is that like the fucking whole concept just doesn't kind of work?
the whole concept kind of requires screen privacy because it follows the card game rule of like, I've got my deck, you've got your deck, and I'm holding my plays, you know, and we only reveal our cards at the same time. If ever you saw my hand go down first and you knew what I played, you could automatically perfectly counter it by playing second 100% of the time. So my solution to that would be let each player put in their prediction and play and then commit to it. And then almost like passing off the screen in Advance Wars, you would have to just hide whatever that last player did and essentially use a, hey, don't look at the screen right now, please, system, you know? Or if you're playing on a Steam Deck or something, pass off the deck back and forth, you know?
I feel like that's a good way to take the fight from the screen to the couch.
To real life. Yeah, it would be. It's not perfect, but the design, unfortunately, like it needs that sort of aspect, you know. So it'd be nice because right now the single player is really just a edit your own fight to do whatever. You could just add a little bit of that to go like, hey, if you feel like, you know, closing your eyes with your friends, hey, turn around. Then you can get an actual viable 2-player local out of it. But anyway, so that's what I want to say about that game. Of course, started Hi-Fi Rush, and it continues to be excellent. Fucking fantastic, love it.
How far are you? How far are you in?
2 levels.
Okay, so you beat Rekka.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I have some background information. So you're playing the streamer mode, right? So you listen to captive normals instead of free radicals.
I saw what Ludwig talked about, and I brought that up. Yeah, incredible.
So what this is that so I played. I started to play through the game with the licensed music on because I'm off stream and I don't have to worry about it. And the weirdest thing is that like I was like, I don't really care for free radicals as a song as much as captive normals, specifically because it doesn't fit the fight as well, because captive normals has like so much more dynamic instrumentation with the actual fight. Like every single time fucking Rekka does anything with the bang, like boom boom, right, there's a riff to it. But weirder than that is like free radicals is really quiet. Like the sound effects and the voices were like kind of drowning the song out during this climactic boss fight. It was really weird. And then Ludwig, from the composer formerly of Kojima Productions, got in touch and was like, "Yeah, so I spoke to the music man or the sound guy, and apparently because these are old mastered songs from albums, that they don't have all the dynamic audio marking that you would have with something composed now to put into something. So as a result, they're harder to get up to the same kind of volume.
Yeah,
and that they're working on that specific song."
So that is so interesting because it reminds me of how Guitar Hero 1 got no licensed tracks, but got licensed to cover the tracks, right?
Yeah.
And every song they in that game was a rebuilt cover, and because they did the covers themselves, they had all the elements of the master broken down so that they can, you know, modify it according to how the game would play, including, oh, you missed a note, we're going to cut that out of the mix, you know?
Yeah, so it's this weird thing where it's like if you've ever played like modified Guitar Hero tracks, a lot of them feel way less satisfying to play than covers of more famous songs that have been built into Guitar Hero, because like, well, if you're playing it perfectly, you don't notice any difference. But like in Rock Band especially, like if you drop the drum track, you shouldn't hear the drum track anymore. But if you're playing a mod where they just shoved the master and it's like the radio edit in, like, no, there's nothing they can do. They can't just can't just zap it out.
Yeah, and that's always the downside of Osu, that plane game where you're flying through the music. I forgot what it's called. Anyway, there's a game that's kind of like Wipeout, but you drive alongside the EQ of the track you play, and yeah, I guess Rhythm Hero but all these games where you load in your own music, Audio Surf, thank you. All these games where you load in your own music is that there's gonna be no real feedback to it because it's not like properly mixed into the gameplay, you know. Yeah, I gotta go back and hear what that's like without it because I'm curious because it's just like. Again, we're going through this game, going in streamer mode, and going, holy fuck! In some cases, streamer mode surpasses like that's unheard of.
I mean, it's obviously to taste, but it appears to be generally that up until about the game 60, like there's 12 missions, so up until about mission 7 or 8, it's streamer mode all the way, and then after that, it's switched to licensed for the best experience. That being said, I went through it on streamer mode the whole way through, and I thought every track was stellar.
I have one thing that I felt I was like, I wish that was different. The way it's designed is so I know that you come back around New Game Plus and open the doors you can't open and such, but you also cannot replay verses, right? It doesn't.
But so I have been going through the game on Rhythm Master and S ranking everything, and what I have discovered is that if you hit start and return to title while you are looking at the letter grade, it will kick you back before the fight. The auto checkpoint that you deal with, it happens before the next fight.
Oh yeah, the loading screen does tell you you're always going to load into the garage, right? Like there's a pop-up nice and early that says, hey, you're always coming back here, no matter what. So you're not going to resume from inside a mission. But the thought is more...
Oh, do you mean tracks? Do you mean like entire levels?
Sorry, yes, I mean entire levels. I didn't mean to say verses.
Yeah, mission select is post-game.
Yes. So mission select, exactly. Because I'm thinking of how, playing through DMC5 or playing through Bayo, any of these games, you kind of go, I missed that there was a secret door over here or whatever. Or in some cases, there's a door you can't open yet. But in other cases, it's actually just like, did you go up on the roof and get to the rafters? Because there's...
I know the exact spot you're talking about. So
there's a goddamn fucking moon pearl up there.
Did you shoot Did you shoot all the pigeons to get the little the blurb from this little guy?
Right.
No?
Okay. And so when and so the pigeon room was another room where I saw the pigeons introduced and I was like, oh, this is for later. And then it turns out no, it's actually the room you're in. The rest of the pigeons are behind you.
Just that room right there.
And I was like, oh, I thought you were introducing me to something that's upcoming. All right, but that ended up being fine. But I'm just thinking about how. There's a lot of reasons, and including wanting to go back over it and do better, right? Something that I was doing in Bayo and in Devil May Cry was like replaying the missions, getting more stuff, and I guess the other side of that is like you can in theory grind out and buy more points and buy more moves, but here they don't let you do any mission replays until you hit the credits.
So the main thing with that is being able to sell your moves at 90% of their cost meant that by the end of the game, I had like every single move. I had every single normal move unlocked, all the partner moves unlocked. The 2 special moves that I wanted unlocked, and I had also bought most of the health item, like the upgrade items in the store. They really want you to just fly through it, and then just start redoing stuff on
that's what it feels like, and that's I like I said on stream too, like I get it because the edge case that is like, oh, I'm fucking playing this game on stream and can't progress that doesn't exist for real people. That's not a real thing.
No one cares.
No, that's not a thing. But what was real is that there were times in my DMC5 runs or my DMC4 runs or not 4, mainly in 5, where I'd want to get to the end of a mission and then actually go back and do it, and or Bayo lets you go back on that, on your map screen as well, and like go get that extra verse I missed, or go get that thing, and do it as you want to on the way, and that also, the benefit of that too is, besides the discovery, besides not losing out on a health or meter upgrade for the entire game through the first run, it also gives you a chance to, encounter those enemies of a specific kind, and get more into the rhythm, feel out their patterns, and get better at the game. So even without the little weird streamer thing, I kind of still prefer it that way.
I don't know. I definitely missed a ton of those things on the way through. And I didn't have that much trouble. And the biggest reason is that you don't have the parry yet. But once you get the parry, your health bar becomes a secondary concern, because anything that has a hitbox in that game can be perfect parried to completely negate all damage. Like anything that has a hitbox. Like fucking falling rocks from the sky, electricity floors, like anything. Sorry, not electricity floors. It's in fact the only other one. But especially with your love of parrying, like health bar is going to be a secondary concern to just parry the world.
I'm looking forward to it. Is it? I mean, maybe I'm just misreading. Like, is it such an unreasonable ask? Because too bad just play the game. It's like, is it unreasonable to just kind of hope that other games that let you go back, it just would do the same thing? Because then you could get your collectibles that you like, get a heart or something that you missed. Like, is that? I think that's a pretty mild ask.
What they wanted to
that
avoid is people banging their heads against doors they can't get past and thinking there's another way around them. Because like those flame doors, you just can't get through.
So you know what so they did tell you in the second level, when you walk up to that door that says that has the number on it, and it says, "Oh, I should try this later," right?
Yeah, there's unique dialogue for every one of those doors that says you cannot open this door.
The flames and the cracks did not have that,
no.
But that door did say like, oh yeah, and I'm that's more than enough indicator to just be like, yeah, don't worry about it, solve this in the future. No mind goblin, just looked over at chat and saw 3, 4, 5 people kind of being like, fuck off, Wooly, what are you complaining about? And I'm just like, I don't think it's that unreasonable. I don't know, but it's also a minority.
I don't think it's that unreasonable.
I'm just like, why are you looking at this so aggressively? Like,
I don't think it's that unreasonable, but the game just wants you to beat it so that you can unlock all the other stuff, of which there is a lot.
Yeah.
Like when you unlock it, you unlock a bunch of challenges that are clearly like, they kind of, like, the game's like not super long, but they've given you enough types of challenges and different things to do that they're like, yeah, beat the game 10 times.
The other thing too,
literally just beat it 10 times.
The other thing too, which negates some of what I would have want there, is like the void is so good.
It's really, really excellent.
It's so good because it lets you pick what you've encountered as you come across it, load it in, and then set your training dummy up or not, or whatever,
Yeah.
And Bayo lets you pick between small or big enemy, and in this case, so far it seems like it's just the one, and you can turn it on or not. But the little aspect of it where you could like switch the enemy type up as well would have also been a solution for this that we've seen in the past as well, But it's such a but again, like, this is the only thing I can think of that made me go, damn, I wish this game had that. That's the only thing.
You could change it. Can you not?
Oh.
Can you? I might be wrong. I might be insane.
Can you? Oh, okay. My mistake. If you can do that, then I'm totally off.
I think you can.
My bad.
You can turn their AI on as well.
Yes, the AI on, I did see the option for that. I might have missed the change enemy type. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, perfect. Yeah, cool. Cool. Yeah, they introduced the fucking Arnold style robot,
Yeah, Arnie.
Arnie, you know. And you're just like, okay, now here's two of them while you've got a big shield boy, and you're like, ooh, wake up, wake
Yeah.
up. Start using your fucking snatch.
Do
You
you
know.
have any of the side like dodge moves for Peppermint yet?
Um the only thing I have for Peppermint is the default shot, and then her tag specials. And then I
Okay, or tag
saw
specials.
yeah, and then I saw like a charged cannon one
Okay,
for
there's
her.
one that you can do after a dodge. I forget what it's called off the top of my head. But basically, if you perfect dodge, and you'll see like a blue and yellow circle coming in,
Mm-hmm.
and then if you hit the partner button on that beat, they'll come in for an instant attack that breaks shields in like instantly, and they're ready to go immediately afterwards.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. So I mean, I guess her function is shield breaker in across
Yeah,
multiple moves, right?
and that and
Yeah.
juggle.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, the juggling. That was the moment. That was the moment I kind of went, "Okay, give me a second. Hold on." Right? Because you know, all memes aside, as much as I'm like, "Yo, the lab is open. Let's have fun labbing and shit like that." I do understand as well that, you know, a number of people get irritated at seeing that shit. So I kind of am like, "Let me lab a bit." And I do a little bit of labbing
Smidgen.
after I lab a bit after each mission, but nowhere near as much as I'd like to, of course. And
Hmm.
when I saw that moment of like, okay, I bought an air combo, and I launched into it, and then call out Peppermint, and then she starts doing the fucking yeah, the twosome time, you know, and then you're like, oh, okay, we can grapple back up after we drop, extend the combo. The striker can be completely separate from me doing this. Oh, and I'm like, I see what you're asking me to do, and I can see where all three of my fingers on the
Wanna
triggers
be.
are
Yeah.
want they need to be there. We don't have the fourth one yet because we don't swap yet. But at least these three are gonna be like, do you fucking get it, right? And I saw a glimpse of what it looks like at full at all when all cylinders are firing, you know? And I was like, okay, my brain needs the ability to like put this all together cuz
It's
it opened my fucking horizons.
there's a really interesting situation where at the very beginning of the game, I'm like, I would very much like a lock on, right?
Oh yeah, yeah, there's that. I thought about
And
that too in it where I was like, I hope I'm aiming towards the right character. It's not like the Bayo issue I was having
no,
at all. But I'm going to, now that I just got the grapple, I'm going to see how it feels. So far, I haven't had any trouble aiming at anyone I didn't want to hit, but
hmm
I hope that, you know, if I point the stick towards a group and there's a particular one I want, I hope it's going to get that one, you
yeah.
know?
I didn't really have any problems with it. So like my complaint of like, oh, there's no lock on kind of went away. But at the end of the game, I'm like, yeah, they need every button here.
Hmm.
Like there's no room on the controller for a lock on. Like magnet and like lock on would be L1 or R1 or a clicking in the stick. And it's like those are all used and all kind of really important.
Yeah.
Like magnet and dodge specifically are super important.
Your special doesn't need to be Rage of the Gods input. That
Hmm.
could have been something else, but it is kind of a game
So
language input at this point where
I
God of
completely
War.
understand why it is.
Yeah.
Because because I mean you're doing everything to the beat and it's going to get real frantic the amount of stuff that's happening to the beat by keeping your fingers on the analog sticks at pretty much all times or almost all times. Like it feels like you will be able to react to stuff on the beat more easily.
Mm.
So
Right.
I've gotten to the habit of using like the super to dodge moves that I knew were going to hit me because I can hear the big guys they have their fists and they go 1 2 and then they do on
Yeah,
3.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's like, well, now I know the exact timing to invincible through it.
Yeah. Left on the D-pad is an open slot. That is
Yeah,
true.
but that's not useful. Fucking
Yeah, you don't want a super
lock up.
there or something like that. That would be a bit much. Yeah. I think yeah, I'll see about the lock on bit as we go. I appreciate a good, nice lock on when it's there with the maximum control. But if it's a soft only situation, you know, I won't have issues until I have issues, right?
I will say the game. So Bayo descends from a series that had hard lock on, and technically still has hard lock on, but like it feels like it doesn't want you to use it. Hi-Fi Rush is a no lock on game that knows it's a no lock on game. Like it doesn't need, it's not throwing so many fucking enemies at you that like, well, there's 4 right there, which do I pick, kind of thing.
Yeah,
at least that's how I felt.
And to some, and like it's interesting too, because like, because of the rhythmic nature of it, like when you're fighting off a mob, if someone is treating it as if they were playing an Assassin's Creed game, or let's say a Spider-Man or Arkham game, like it works that way too, because you're gonna just start swinging towards the next enemy near you, you know. And as long as you're focused on the rhythm, like that's gonna be your combat experience. So like the styling and the high time flexing and the strikers cause you to be able to juggle a body to maximize your score. I'm like, oh, they put in the swag mechanics.
Use the jam session hit, and then to just keep them in that sparkling state and just get super high scores by turning them into a combo dummy.
Yeah,
what a great mechanic.
That's great. No, any controller that is full of functions and has it busy enough that, like, I don't know, Hitchhiker would look at it and go, I wonder if I can find a way to squeeze more functionality out of that. You're probably doing something right, you know? I'm curious to see how fast the switching mechanic is going to go, you know, when it comes to like essentially like Dante levels of gun trick, sword, gun trick, royal.
Oh, it's instantaneous.
Yeah.
It's super fucking fast.
Multiple people out on the screen doing their things with their cooldowns all separate from each other is what I'm imagining. Yeah. Okay. What was the other little thing? What was it? Oh yeah. I like how they also, while we're looking at all the things we love and stuff that's been working in the genre, and they're just grabbing pieces of that, even little things like, they're like, hey guys, Nier Automata had a really cool chip system. Let's just put a little version of that over here. You know? I was like, yeah, I did like that chip system a lot. It was fun from a lore perspective, but it was fun from a mechanical perspective. It's like, these functions are worth more than others, and you got to make that all fit. And in this case, it's like, well, here's a little buff. Here's some stuff you can put on your character, and you can build out for what you want. And I can just already see myself being like, yeah, that's nice that you have all these different varieties of chips you can put in. Give me all of one type and make me break one system. Yep. Wide fucking open.
One is that I've maxed out the score bonus.
Okay. Yeah.
Because I want to hit S on every single fucking score.
Yeah. That's it. Like, let me break the system open with something, you know? I'm already feeling that desire.
There's a couple that are like, health items just give you 40% more health. Like, that's just really good. That's just really quite helpful. It's not really exciting.
No.
Right?
And I am always like, I have my little thing where I'm like, health is deprioritized because the answer is don't get hit. Right? It's VIT. It's fucking VIT at the end of the day.
There's chips for that.
Right. So, yeah. I'm fucking, nothing else to say. Continues to be beyond excellent.
Yeah, the game. I'm going through it, and I'm S ranking missions on the harder, the unlockable difficulty, and so like they give you if you S rank a fight and don't take any damage, you get a little star. Little star, right?
Ooh, yeah.
If you S rank every single every single course in a track, you get an S with a crown on it for the stage, right?
Nice.
And that's nice. But all of the like the achievement / challenges that reward you with stuff that are like get S ranks, they're just S rank the stage.
Okay.
Like they're not S rank the stage without damage.
Yeah, yeah,
and they're
yeah.
not S rank So like
Yeah.
I did like track 3, I think, or 4, and I got 11 S's and 1 A. But that was good enough to count for the S, and so
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, good, I can put this away.
Exactly, yeah. So that, like, which is, again, like what it used to be, right? When you average out, because that's one thing that Reggie was uncertain. He's like, oh, how come you got like S overall, but some of these subcategories were not? It's like they average you out, and
Yeah.
you overall get a grade that's the same thing at the end of the day. And when you go back into it, like, it's up to the player to go in and clean those up to perfection if they'd like.
Yeah, 99% of my rankings throughout the game spelled sass. Because it was like it was A for score,
Yeah,
S for timing, S for clear, and then, well, okay, we gave you that's good enough for an S.
fine.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
it's
yeah,
all
yeah.
sass.
Okay, let me use the bathroom real quick, and I want to grab something actually that I just forgot that I wanted to talk about. So BRB. Okay.
Hey, before we get off Hi-Fi Rush, I do have something else to say. Boy, I'm happy that they completely removed damage to your character as any consideration in the S rank at all. Like the only thing damage does is give you a little score debuff of zero point 0.8 times for like a couple seconds. But like you can go in at full health and basically die as long as you don't hit game over, and your score is the same. As long as you really go hard on it.
What about using a glorb?
You mean like restarting the fight?
No, there's an item that gives you lets you
Oh yeah, it doesn't
survive
matter.
a mortal blow.
Doesn't matter.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
The health has no factor. It's really just score, time, and beat.
Okay. So
And
health is replaced by rhythm then.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. Because I was looking at it and I was like, oh, that's the right number of things, but rhythm is here, and that clearly wouldn't have been there in the past. So
Right.
what's missing? And it's like, oh, they traded out for health. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, they want you to be on beat. The other thing is that I'm
Do you
up
say
to
thank
mission-
God because it becomes like insanely hard to avoid taking
there's
damage?
a lot of stuff that can hit you, and it doesn't necessarily do all that much damage, right? But like, I'm just thinking back to DMC, in which like you're most of the way through a mission, and then you take damage, and you're just like, right? Like they just give you a little star if you manage to get not hit at all.
Okay, gotcha.
That being said, continuing like destroys your fucking score.
Oh, as
Annihilates
I
it.
can imagine. Yeah,
Like
that
way
would make
worse
sense.
than normal though. Like continuing twice will like drop you all the way down to like B, like guaranteed.
But items don't punish you.
Nah.
Huh. So I heard about that in was it Bayo 2 where they started making it so that item punishment was like not a big thing on your score. Because I remember when I was playing through that, I was like ignoring everything but the Midas Testament, and then someone told me, "Oh yeah, items don't matter in this game," and I was like, "But
No.
I'm so trained to like ignoring them because they definitely usually do." You know?
Item punishment is like the worst idea that ever existed.
Okay. Let's hear it.
Okay,
There's the
so,
statement. Now let's hear. Let's read the abstract.
I'll like move over to my week a little bit. Paige beat DMC 1, and she fucking flew through that game without problem. Once again, annihilated Nello 3 and all versions of Nightmare like that. Spent like 20 minutes on a child's platforming segment, just over and over and over. Just kill something, incredible. Jump on anything, disaster. Right? And then we got to Mundus, right? And I'm sure you remember Mundus from DMC 1 very well. And Paige is a completely new person to character action. And out the words of her fucking mouth were, "Why is the final boss like this? Why isn't it like me fighting Nello Angelo? That was cool."
And they learned their lesson eventually.
Yeah, eventually, right? And,
they sure did.
And Mundus is the only boss that requires like heavy platforming. And so like all of a sudden, this woman who had destroyed DMC 1, no problem, is like at a goddamn wall. A wall. And at which point it comes down the advice like, listen, we are aware that using items hurts your score. This is the end of the game. Why don't you just use the 2 or 3 devil stars you have and an untouchable? At which point Mundus becomes a fucking joke. An absolute joke. The difficulty gradient in DMC 1 between using items and not using items is like 5 levels of difficulty.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It is absolutely fucking quantum. Something that I didn't even really know, because even though I beat DMD, Devil May Cry 1 back in the day, I learned from stage 1 or 2 or 3, oh hey, using items hurts your score, so don't use items. So I never used items. I should have used items on my DMD playthrough. Like, it's gigantic. And then every game following where they go, hey, you'd have a way better time playing through this game using this health item or doing this. But like, and it's not even goblins. Like, it affects people like you as well. Just like, well, I want to get the highest score.
I want my score.
Right.
And like, if you get damaged enough to need to heal, then the game is saying, hey, you're not playing at the level that we should award you this grade.
Yeah, of course not. It's my first time.
Yeah. So then the grade is whatever it is. Yeah. I mean,
we take like 5-10 games to get to the point where you have stuff like Devil May Cry or 5 or like Metal Gear Rising, in which they're like, there are no items. There are just no items. Or
Sure.
you get to stuff like Hi-Fi Rush, in which like there are technically items. Yeah, use them. Who cares? In fact, there's a tutorial prompt that says make sure to use this item right away. Wait, Rising had items? Oh my god, I can't even remember.
I was gonna say
I never
that
used them.
So I was going to say in Wonderful 101, I remember this entire cooking subsystem that had a bunch of shit that I was like, I don't even know what the visuals look like once
I don't even know.
Once you activate them, right? But the conditioning that items are for healing and hurting your score is one of those things where it's like, okay, if you're playing this and getting used to it overall for the first time, you're going to be concerned about surviving and less about how stylish you're playing, you know? So I always thought it made sense because it's like, if you're style oriented and you're putting the self-imposed challenge in a way, it's almost a little bit of the idea behind you can summon for boss fights in a Souls game, and that's your difficulty modifier.
Yeah.
Or you can decide to solo it, right? It's up to you.
What was really strange, because Paige had I don't think I even told her more than once, but even she had absorbed I don't want to use items because I want to do a good job. I want to do it cool, right? And then you hit Mundus, and I was kind of unaware of just how deep it was. Yeah, nobody gives a fuck about Mundus. No one likes that boss fight.
So the funny thing about Mundus is like it's this fucking Space Harrier ass just set piece sequence that's lame, and it's not a cool fucking Nello fight again, right? But does the Savior not play out like an improved version of what that was? Like, isn't the Savior
kind of lame too?
But isn't the Savior is like a fixed Mundus fight? At which point then.
And the Mundus fight is also a fixed Mundus fight, and all of them are bad.
And then you go into the Savior, and then you get your proper Sanctus battle, right? Yeah. I feel like and the Savior is also the best place to show off the fucking distorted real impact to doing all the damage it can. But that whole bit with the entire sequence of DMC 1 ending, I feel, and I'm glad that they learned that lesson of just like, no, the big dumb monster is going to be there, but there needs to be a showdown for the finale, right? Nothing hyper than the showdown.
So here's the lesson I wanted them to learn. The lesson I wanted them to learn was, I don't like Space Harrier. Okay?
Well, too fucking bad, because you're gonna be playing.
Seriously.
You're gonna be playing Space Harrier for like 5 more games, bro.
It's crazy. It's like I can't even explain to you watching a brand new Devil May Cry player like get to the final mission, beat Nello, beat Nightmare, laugh at Trish, because man, that shit's goofy. Fucking do the final secret mission. Wow, we're doing it. And then just a fucking brick wall with Space Harrier.
Man. Hey, I'm a fan of shmups. I like me some good vertical shooting. I even like some horizontal shooting, where you shoot the gun and you blow up the pattern. And you know what? If the curve comes in a way where you get a full score for sweeping, or you get your little Gradius option, that's always fun. I have not yet broken into any one of your houses, strapped you down, tied your eyes open like fucking Clockwork Orange, and forced you to play a shmup. I will occasionally mention them from time to time, because it is my hope that the genre will not go gentle into that good night, and that amazing games like Zero Ranger can keep it alive from time to time. As a shmup lover, as an Ikaruga and Radiant Silvergun lover, I don't need it inserted constantly into the genre of character action. I really don't.
like it just
Paris was amazing though.
It put some of that Bayo 3 like stuff in a context. I'm like going back 22 years and seeing somebody completely agnostic of all of these conversations get to a point in what is essentially a platinum game, right? To some degree, going, why do I have to play this part? This part isn't like the rest of the game. I don't want to do this. I want to stop playing. Reminds me when Sol Cresta was announced. I don't know anything about Sol Cresta. I don't know if it's good or bad. What I do know is that when Sol Cresta, the shmup that Kamiya made, got announced, I'm like, oh, cool. You made a video game out of the worst part of every game you have ever made in your life.
Damn it.
Cool. Does that mean we get to not have that in any more of them? And the answer is no.
Yeah. See, when I was looking at like, oh, what news is there this week? I read and I saw that, hey, Batsugun Saturn Tribute Boosted is a shmup that's going to be coming out. And that's a shmup that is a classic that's getting released. And, you know, if you want to check it out, check it out. But I'm like, am I throwing this on the docket? Fuck no. We're just moving right along. That'll be a purple link for me and me alone.
Just thinking about that goddamn spider section, man, in Bayo 3.
Oh god, that's worse than any Space Harrier section. Infinitely,
yeah, it totally is, and that's kind of my point because it's like, wow, 20 years later, and I'm dealing with a worse version of this problem. And Hi-Fi Rush, contextualize that. You've played those 2D sequences in Hi-Fi Rush, right?
Great.
You've played the magnet rail sequence. Right?
Loved it.
How long do those fucking last?
40 seconds?
Like a minute?
Right? And you're dodging on the rhythm. So the rhythm keeps up and the side scrolling is just like, hey, cool, check out the world. Got it. The magnet section is like, we're doing a rhythm mini game in the rhythm fucking combat game. Yeah. Of course you are. It perfectly flows,
and you're like, that was a nice slice of cheese to add to my meal. Excellent.
Right? Furthermore, in Hi-Fi Rush, I anticipate, look forward to, and would be bummed if there were not mini-game rhythm moments in the upcoming boss fights.
Yeah, they're all over the place.
Because that's the flavor of the meal we are being served.
Yeah.
When the note chart pops up, I'm like, of course it does.
Why
you know?
would it not?
Yeah. So those are more than welcome additions to those sequences.
I still can't believe that 3 Bayonetta games in a row.
I saw the trailer. Yeah.
The 3 Bayo games in a row, they're like, hey, do you want to fight that boss again? Get ready for the most boring level in this entire game. The fight with Zhen, the fight with Lopter, whatever his name, the final boss in Bayo 2, and then the final boss in Bayo 3. It's like 2 Space Harriers and a Godzilla minigame. If you want to fight those fights, can't stay away. Will not stay away.
I mean, the thing is when it is a boss you do want to fight again, like the Lumen Sage, you know, like you're kind of like, bring it on, more please. But when they count badly and they think like, you want more of this, and I'm like, no, I don't want Fat Gamora, King of the Monsters. Please stop it. Anyway, as we
fucking straight 10. I'm halfway through the game on its hardest difficulty, still 10.
Dude, like as we were saying, there's a seat at the table that is where Viola was supposed to sit. And as she was walking with her tray, the shouting of chai, 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 as he's fucking doing a spin-a-rooney, and he's got a rip in his pants so you can see his underwear, but he's still doing the spin-a-rooney, and everyone's like, ah, look at him go.
I think the goofiest thing is that when you beat the game, you unlock a lot more customization, more than the deluxe stuff. And I was like, there, I made my character, and people are like, Pat, you just made Viola. You just turned Chai into Viola. And I'm like... and, like, Chai's also a dumbass. So, like, the comparison's really... I'm like, oh, oh shit.
Mm-hmm.
This is what it would have been like, huh? If Viola was good.
Dumbass charming characters are a very, very it's doable if you understand how to do it. You know? Like when Chai's sitting on the couch and he's being Fry at the fucking
He's
Planet
Fry,
Express.
right? Like
he's Fry. He's
follow
Fry at the
John
Planet
Johannes
Express
on Twitter now, and he's like retweeting all of the art people are making of like
Yeah.
Chai Futurama edits.
No, him sitting on the couch with his fucking hands up, right in the middle of the hideout. The colors are fucking Futurama color. Like, of course it is. Unavoidable, you know? And it's got all that energy. And, you know, you can, if you want Nibbles to be 808, you can. But regardless, like, Peppermint Leela, you know, with pulling her gun out. Like, the vibes are there, you know? So, that is, again, the affable dumbass, as opposed to the, like...
Clown, the annoying clown.
The annoying clown, right? The annoying clown. Like, there's no thing where I was like... And it's because the DNA of the previous annoying clown is the exact same thing. You know? Yeah. You have to it's rough when you go for the comedic angle. You gotta you have to nail it. It's anyways, all right. Brilliance.
Incredible.
Yeah. Okay. So something else that came to mind. Next time, hit your mute button before you cough.
Gives people the flavor.
I told everyone a couple weeks ago about a really cool looking Joy-Con GameCube controller.
Right, it sold out when you were talking about it, but then it came back in, right?
It hasn't come back in yet, actually. But it had the Hall effect joystick implementation, which means no drift because it's magnets to activate the switches on the PCB. So you don't ever have to worry about your stick spring getting wobbly and stuff. Cool. That thing is... I can report, according to reviews that have come in, that works, and the stick is got that going for it. And that's literally the only thing decent about the controller. Everything else is coming out fucking rough. There's video I've seen in a thread of just... the state of this thing. So it was the Nyxi controller, I believe it was called, for the Switch. And the idea being, we took a Wavebird, cut it in half so that you can have a Wavebird feeling Switch Joy-Con, and you can put it in both sides of the Switch and play, and it'll be great. So you see the vertical slice of it, and you see right off the bat, you've got the Switch, which is thin, and then the controllers, which are fat, so there's a big gap protruding out the back that seems a bit odd, but not that big a deal. The real issue comes when you put those together with the Switch Joy-Con mount?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, you put the two together on, like, a controller thing. So the mount you use for this Nyxi controller, the reviewer has footage of, like, if you grab it and you just push your knuckles together, the controller bends and flexes because it's not secured along the middle point where the two switch pieces slide together. So while you're holding your controller, you can watch it bend into fucking U shape and bend the opposite way because it's just wobbling with a cheap piece of plastic in the middle. Fucking crazy, right? Furthermore, because you don't have any real tech on that piece of plastic it's connecting to, each Joy-Con has separate USB charges, which means that if you want to charge the controller not docked on the Switch, you have to plug in 2 USB wires and then plug those into the wall for each Joy-Con separately and not together. And then it showed off how the buttons, when you press them, they actually go below the plastic of the controller.
No, that's the Ouya controller problem.
And it's like, what is happening? what is and then and it's also really light, and like the lights are there, and that's all fine, but just what's going on? And it seems it's like, well, the controller is $70, right? And I guess it's just like they got the magnetic joysticks, and that's where the money went, and everywhere else costs were shaved, and it's not sounding good. The overall cheap plastic feeling as well being, a thing. So I'm just like, oh god, the idea of what this was versus what it turns out to be is rough, because if you think of the idea of a Wavebird split in half, that sounds cool, fine, no problem, right? You get a Wavebird, or you can slide it on the side of your Switch and you can play with the GameCube style controls. Great. Fucking woof on this one. So important update on that. Like, not Jesus. Fucking great. However, I can say that like at the very least it's like the promise, and then what seemed to be delivered on that with the footage has horribly dissuaded me from it. Another controller I wasn't paying attention to. I saw a review, so shoutouts to Hotashi, who is the one of the best Guilty Gear players, best Nago Ryuki, certainly, did a review for this thing. This is the Victrix BFG Pro, it's called. So it's a fight pad. Well, it's essentially like an Xbox Elite controller, but it comes with so many replaceable options that go beyond the Xbox Elite that it's kind of fucking amazing. And what's giving it
I'll look it up.
The Victrix BFG Pro. It's a controller that is got so much customization going on.
Oh, I've seen this fucking thing. This thing's nuts.
I can't believe it. It's nuts. So far, it's really good.
It's sold out is what the fuck is.
Yeah. I copped 2 of those and just I'm like, oh, if I like this could be the wave. So hey, right off
the I'm looking at the website, Wooly. There's a like a pad that has like 2
I'll describe
indents on it. What the fuck is that?
I'll describe it. So the camera is unfortunately a little bit far away for me to fully get the point across, but what I have here set up, and it's all black on black. So okay, there we go. With the reflection, this should help.
Ooh.
Okay. So the way you buy this controller is it comes with a Xbox style layout, meaning D-pad up top on the left side. No, other way around. Sorry, it comes in a. Yeah, that's correct. Sorry, stick up top, D-pad on the bottom on the left.
Right.
4 buttons, and then stick on the bottom on the right. You know. So what they let you do is you can pull out those entire panels and flip them around. Okay. So if you want to have it be PlayStation style, where the sticks are both on the bottom, you just straight up reverse the input.
Are those screws or what?
They're screws. So this right here, I'm going to hold up, is 4 buttons and a joystick attached, which I can place in any orientation I prefer on the controller. I can put it the way it was PlayStation style, or I can flip it around so that it goes in the other way, and then it comes with a screw in the case that lets you just unscrew and rescrew live as you want to configure it, whatever you want it to be.
Is that like a standard hex screw?
It is a.
Like, could I take an Allen key to this?
This is a small Allen key.
Oh, great.
Yes.
Okay.
This is a probably second smallest size or third smallest size Allen key.
Whatever. I could go to the hardware store and
get. It comes with one. And the one that it comes with,
shit gets lost.
It does get lost. The way the case is laid out, it's laid out in such a way where it all nicely travels, right? So the controller goes over the top and rests inside the case, and then underneath it you have the screwdriver. You've got a top layer of like extra buttons and stick. You've got a wireless receiver, and then up top a thick fucking coiled USB wire, like a fatty. You know, the fat, like the high intensity ones that are not gonna fucking bend on you and short out. Real industrial strength fatty USB wire up there.
Is it wireless though?
It is wireless and wired, and there's a mode that you switch it between wireless and wired right on the back for whichever one you want. There's a USB receiver that comes inside the carrying case as well, and then you lift this out, and underneath it you get more options. You get all you remember the Xbox Elite D-pad options? Mm-hmm. So you get those all available here. So you get a long joystick, a short joystick, a circular old Xbox style D-pad with the in-betweens filled in, a Nintendo style cross, or a really good one, which is it is a diamond shaped, like high precision sort of D-pad, and that's what I've been using. And the diamond shape really lets you hit clean inputs for your cardinal directions. It emphasizes them in such a way where you don't ever have that problem of, oh fuck, I wanted to press back and I accidentally up backed, right? It lets you really be precise with it. And as someone who's always wanted, and I've had years of wanting the cross as the one thing, this is one of the first times I've ever felt decently about something that is not that as a D-pad playing fighting games. Yeah.
Really?
I'm absolutely.
What do you call this? The nub or the pad or what? Like,
I don't even know what to call it, but it is a diamond shaped D-pad is all I can describe it as. It's literally this little thing. Usually those things
are fucking terrible.
This is the first time I've ever had it feel like, oh, I have more precision. And when I switch back to the cross, there's a little bit of imprecision that I'm used to, but that same imprecision allows you to do things like twitch your thumb a little bit and get a Hadoken out. Right?
Right.
This requires you to be a little more accurate, but it ensures you don't get fucked up inputs. Okay. I'm not even done yet.
You can turn it into a Saturn pad.
You can pull out the fucking PlayStation buttons and PlayStation right stick and just slap in 6 buttons on the face to get your Saturn pad or your fight pad out. So if you want, you just put all your fighting game buttons right there, done and done. Right? Sorted. Mind you, note about these buttons, they're clicky.
Yeah.
They're very clicky. So if you don't like clicky buttons, you're getting them. You can't avoid them. The buttons that are there by default, the PlayStation buttons, are not as clicky. They're more regular. But the fight pad buttons are bigger and clickier. It's also, if you want to fucking go Tekken fingers, big enough that I can do this. I can play with my hand in like above position Tekken finger style, you know. And this right here, that's a piano, right? I can actually play it as if I'm holding a little stick a bit. If you want to, of course, it's fine without that, but that's wild. Okay. This controller is great, obviously. Here's what else is going on with it. Every time someone says, "Hey, I'm going to start playing on a controller with a fighting game," and they go, "Oh, I'm having a hard time doing moves or something like that," and you don't know, but you kind of find out that, like, you know, if the person is starting on a controller and they don't know that every game in the last 20 years has been about playing with the joystick to control your character. Fighting games, that's the worst idea. You should use the D-pad, right? It's just too imprecise. If you're somebody who still wants to use the joystick, it comes with fucking octo gates to put over both thumbsticks so that you can restrict the open 360.
If you're an insane person.
You can restrict the open 360 of those sticks to 8 directions, meaning you will always get up, back, forward, left, down, right. You will never get the in-betweens that fuck you up. It's got so many customization options to be exactly what you want. I would never use the fucking thumbstick for moves.
Never. but it's cool that it's
But
there.
if you want to, because you like the feeling of it, you can do that. And they made octo gates for you so that at the very least you always have the the 8 inputs that matter, and you're never going to go in between and fuck up, you know?
People are saying that I saw somebody say that the disc is called a gubble.
A gubble.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know if that's real.
I'm gonna need to figure. Yeah, we need to get proof on that or something. All right. To speed this along, you got a touchpad, you got back, you got start, you got options, right? All of those buttons, the way they're placed. So you got the touchpad, and then left, right, and underneath the touchpad is those buttons. Those buttons are sturdy and hard to press in, so you probably won't accidentally press them.
By accident, yeah.
Yep, they've got a little bit of let's avoid triggering a pause screen or whatever. Secondly, let's say you don't trust that, no problem. Top of the controller, hit this switch, bam, you're in tournament mode. All those buttons are off. You can't accidentally pause the game. You're in tournament mode. Problem solved. Okay. So the face of the controller is sorted. You have everything you want there. But if you want to fuck around with the triggers, you got 2 normal ass RB and LBs, and then your RT and LTs are your gun triggers, as they are in all modern controllers, which are awful for fighting games, but totally, fine for other things.
Good for everything else, yeah.
You hit these 2 little clickies, and suddenly, like the Xbox Elite, they're not analog anymore. They're digital. They stop shallow. They activate right away. So you can get rid of the analog triggers, right? Great. Switch at the top, PS5, PS4, PC mode. So X input.
Is it actually X input?
When it plugs in as X input.
Oh my god, that's so much better than a PlayStation controller coming in as direct input and then needing to be translated via Steam into fucking X input.
I want to test it. One more time just to be sure. But when I did my first plugin, I believe it came in as an X input controller. I don't want anyone to accidentally, fucking.
And now that I want to go buy it, it's sold out everywhere.
So I just found out about this thing, and that's where I'm at. I'm gonna plug it in right now and see what happens. But that feature is fucking godlike. Okay, and then. I'm plugging it in, and it's popping up. It's detected as a Victrix Pro BFG wired, but when I go to the PC settings, control panel, devices, yeah, I can get to the bottom of this real quick.
Hey, let me ask you while you're doing that, how heavy is it?
Yeah, it's Xbox controller weight.
Like a regular Xbox or like the Elite?
Elite.
Okay.
Definitely more like the Elite. Yeah, it's not coming in super light over there. Stop it with this Windows 10 shit. God damn it. Sorry. Controller, Victrix Pro BFG wired controller for PC. Okay. No, it's detecting in Device Manager as the Victrix Pro controller. It doesn't detect as just raw X input.
Well, you'd be able to tell by loading up something on the Epic Game Store or like fucking whatever, and just seeing what buttons it defaults
in Steam.
To.
Yeah, in Steam, it was a generic PC controller.
Does it default to like Xbox buttons?
Yes. I want to say
probably doing X input, which is great.
Yeah. So you got that, right? That opens up a lot of fucking doors. So you got PC mode and then PS4 and PS5 mode, right? Okay. And then while we're fucking going on about all that shit, it has one thing which, remember the Elite controllers have the buttons on the back, which I forgot what they're called, but I hate them.
Really?
I don't like them
Paddles.
because paddles, right? Because but I understand now why they exist, right? I grip the controller pretty hard, harder than the average person. Accidental inputs are a thing, but it's also a result of the genre in the sense that when I was watching, so the Hotashi like review I was referring to, the best goddamn fucking player in the world of at this shit, with Naga and one of the best Strive, is also getting accidental burst on these buttons when playing. Because, and here's the reason why. When you play a first-person shooter on a controller like Halo or something, the weight of your emphasis is on your triggers, right? The top of the controller.
Sticks.
And the analog sticks, right? So your thumb is resting on those sticks, and your finger is like putting all the weight. And so that's where the emphasis goes, which is not in direct opposition to the paddles. But the face buttons are in direct opposition to those paddles. So when you press the face buttons firmly to do like an EX move or a move that requires like a tech, like 2 lights or 2 mediums, you're pressing the direct opposite of where the paddle is, and your thumb or your fingers resting right over it are pushing into it. So it's not as easy to make a mistake on pressure from the top of the controller than it is to make a sandwich between the 2 medium buttons and where your paddle is, you know? So that's kind of the thing. Great. That sucks. I hate it. No problem. Press the button in the back. The rear paddles are all off. So the Xbox Elite lets you pull out the paddles entirely, which I prefer.
It also lets you turn them off. It lets you disable them through an app to just be like, don't do anything anymore.
You don't have this. You hold the button in the back and you touch each button individually, and it disables them completely.
Okay.
So not a problem. And then lastly, switch for wireless wired. This is a fucking amazing controller, dude. It's sold out, as you mentioned, and it's not.
It's big sold out.
Yeah, and it's the Switch controller I was talking about was like $70 or whatever. This thing is not $70.
Oh, it's $246 plus tax Canadian.
US $179. It is not coming in. Real. It is for real. This is a purchase. However, it's also the cost of a stick. You know,
the cost of a high-end stick.
Yeah, it's true. The cost of like a Mad Catz TE, you know, back in the day. So you're getting essentially that level of like usability for it. It's a commitment to the purchase, certainly.
How's the battery life?
That I haven't tested because I've been wired with it.
Okay, because like the only downside that I've been looking at and seeing around is that it doesn't have any of PlayStation's fancy DualSense features, right? Doesn't have any of its special rumbles. But I'm looking right now. The DualSense Edge controller is $270. And that thing comes with 2 buttons on the back and a 4-hour battery life.
Yeah, there you go.
4 hours, man. If this thing's battery life is better than that.
All right. So according to Gaming Trends review of the Victrix Pro BFG controller, the battery is 2000 mAh, which should last up to 20 hours.
Well, okay.
Boasts a 20-hour battery life.
Do you know a guy that I can talk to just get one?
I can't. I unfortunately don't.
Did you just buy one off the store before they sold out? Is that how you got it, or like?
I watched the review and I went word, and I just immediately went to the store and got it. That's how I did it. 20 hours sounds pretty incredible. That being said, for fighting purposes, I don't want to play with wireless. I want my shit wired in at all times. Especially in a house like mine where Bluetooth noise and wireless noise is high. When I use a normal DualSense controller, I sometimes notice input lag because of the amount of bullshit in the air. I don't want that happening, so I'm wired in regardless. And the wire is, as I said, it's a sturdy fat boy doing its job. So, yeah, I'm taking a solid section of the show to let you guys know that this amazing controller exists, and it's pricey, but It does everything I wanted a pad to do. It gives you the options that whatever you feel like. Like I'm like, do I want the D-pad up where the primary like Xbox style is, or do I want it below? Or, you know, do I want PlayStation or Xbox? And it's like, well, whatever, flip it around. See whatever suits your fancy, you know? So yeah, that's the quick product review on it, and that's the shill. I am not sponsored by Victrix. I am not getting any cuts. So no, don't worry about that.
Let me ask you one last question. How fast is it to switch out the pieces? Like, if you want to swap out the Saturn pad for your regular analog shit. Oh, we're watching it live now. It's 2:28 p.m. West Coast. Okay, he's unhinged one part. He's placing the other piece in.
I dropped the screwdriver like an idiot.
Well, we're going to add that to the time. The screwdriver is on the floor. Searching. Did he find it? He did. Screwing it in. That's one. That's two.
Time.
So, the time didn't roll over to 2:29 yet. So even with dropping it on the floor and having to scrounge around for the screw, that's sub 1 minute. That's pretty good.
I swapped it in while it was on live, while the controller was plugged in.
Oh, it works? You don't have to turn it off? Or?
I didn't have to plug the controller out. I switched to all 6 buttons from the PlayStation layout while the game was running.
All right.
It's a good ass controller.
Let me ask you one last question.
Sure.
So you've used the Xbox controller and the PlayStation controller ad nauseum at this point. How light is it to pull the trigger on this one? Because the Xbox one is quite heavy to pull, and the PlayStation one's very light.
It's very reminiscent of the DualSense.
Really?
It's DualSense level resistance. The pull, yeah. The Xbox pull is kind of like, yeah. It's heavier if you're going to use the triggers. This feels like you're doing DualSense style. The shape of it too is in that way. They're shaped like that / DualShock 4. You know. So, yeah. There you go.
That sounds cool.
Indeed. So, let me just, I guess, wrap that up and say, yeah, I'm gonna.
Two. Can I have the other one?
If you cannot find another one, sure.
I appreciate that. I will get back to you and be like, I found one in a car boot sale.
Okay. Real talk, I have the extra one. It's boxed up. It's just a backup in case anything goes wrong. But if you literally can't find it, then yeah, you can have mine.
It's not that important. I just wanted to say that I want one. Time to hit that internet. Time to use those influencer powers.
Yeah, well, you do. That is true. You have things that other people don't have, which is the ability to say it right now on this platform.
Hey, PDP, give now. Gib now.
Here's why you should gib. I just sold a fuck ton of your controllers as soon as people can get them.
Yeah, that's so if they were still for sale, yeah, you could say, yeah, I totally sold a bunch of them. But they're all sold out, so it's not like they need our help.
Yeah. Can you put both analog sticks at the top? You know what? I think
a crazy person would do that.
Okay, I tried seeing if you could reverse the 6-button layout to be like towards the top, so that the R2 and R1 and R2 are like at the bottom of the controller, and it didn't let me do that.
I don't think it'll let you do that because all controller setups, like for the Xbox and PlayStation, have the right analog stick on the bottom.
Yeah. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna do a little. I'm gonna try it out right now as we discuss. But what I was gonna say is, yeah, I'm gonna give this thing a run at more of more fighting games that I play. So you can tune into some of those as well as the Your Only Move is Hustle video over on Woollyversus. Dropping soon with that. We're gonna continue as well. Oh, hold on. Wait, can I actually do this?
We're holding on.
Hold up. Will it fit?
Will it fit? The real question is, will it blend? And the answer is yes.
No. It won't go in. It won't go in. You can't put buttons at the bottom and sticks on the top.
Only for crazy people.
So this edge case nut will not get his way. Okay. Edge case nut will not get his way. There you go. I'll write that down. Yeah. So, oh fuck, god damn it, shit.
Oh no, don't have it fall apart.
Over on Woollyversus, come check us out. Hi-Fi Rush continues. Mass Effect continues. Good times all around. I believe the latest episode being called Battery Ain't. So, you know what that means. And the latest relationship confusion of Red Shepherd becoming the most unpredictable man in the universe. Nobody knows what to expect. Nobody knows where Red is gonna.
I heard about this.
Aim his affections.
This leaked right into my own show when it was happening. Like, Reggie's doing what?
It's wild. It's wild, and it's the funniest shit ever.
Can't stop.
I didn't know that you could find I didn't know you could cheat on that many people at once. I didn't know that was possible. You had somewhere deep down, I was like, oh, that would be funny, but I don't know if, and it's like, no, he actually is, and it's kind of the most insane shit ever. So that continues as well. As we said, we're doing Rumbleverse a little bit later this week. Keats is going to jump on. We're also going to have Woollyversus whatever coming out on Woollyversus the Algorithm, the side channel. So lots of cool stuff to check out. Come hang out. Should be fun. Not to mention, of course, check out those t-shirts I mentioned, tinyurl.com/CSB shirts, and Gone in 60 Seconds, currently unveiling. We are in the middle of an arc that nobody knows what to make out of, and that's good. That's correct. Your confusion is welcome. This is intended. So, yeah, check us out.
Last thing for me that I want to say is that I'm almost done with the Dead Space remake. It's excellent, but what is interesting that I noticed, I went back and looked at Dead Space 1 stuff. A lot more of that game's difficulty and like the way you interact with it is different than was clear at first glance. So the biggest one is that, I mean, you played Dead Space 1 relatively recently, right? You'd shoot him in the arm, bang, 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 arm fall off, right? So they have their new fancy peeling system where, the guts
skin,
will fly off.
The degloving. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I was like, wow, I'm having a way harder time with the regular plasma cutter than I did in Dead Space 1 and 2. And I went back and I read some Reddit posts on it, and I figured out why. The layer peeling degloving system is like, hey, did you shoot a necromorph in the upper arm, like between the shoulder and the elbow? That part's all gooed up and takes damage, right? And there's that, and then there's the arm, and then there's the hand, right? In the original Dead Space and Dead Space 2, damage is just done to arm in general. And leg in general. So when you shoot the leg 3 times, it just breaks on the third shot. Whereas in Dead Space Remake, it's like, no, you are hitting the upper arm or the
precise
lower, whatever.
That's interesting because I remember when that game first came around, it was marketed as like the anti-shooter because headshots ain't gonna cut it, right? And you still had to have really good aim for specific parts.
Yeah.
I thought that's what was going on, was like, no, the place you are attacking needs to be where you continue to attack. But I didn't know it was that broad and forgiving on you.
arm, leg, or tail or whatever. And it's interesting because I remember when I started my first stream, I saw somebody who was saying like, yeah, did they change the way aiming works? I feel like I'm not as accurate as I used to be. And it's like, no, it's just demanding more accuracy. It's demanding, no, you will hit this spot. You will hit this, you will cut through this, bang, bang, bam.
Is it comparable to the way new zombies behaved in RE2 Make?
No, their behavior is like pretty similar.
Okay.
It's pretty similar. It's just that, like, it's just harder to like kneecap a guy as they're sprinting towards you, as accurately as you could before, because when they're running and their legs are going, like you just had to hit the leg part a couple times, and now you have to hit the good leg part.
Do the other weapons perhaps help compensate for these new precision?
Yeah, they redid how a lot of the weapons feel and worked. And a lot of the weapons that you don't have to aim are therefore better now. Like the force gun and the flamethrower, which like point it in the direction, are much more useful as a result.
What's the rifle doing besides shooting the little fucking critters?
In this game, not much other than being used for an infinite ammo, infinite money cheat.
Oh wow, okay.
It's actually like the worst it's ever been. Which I guess is appropriate. It kills bosses really good though, because it's got pinpoint accuracy on like big enemy targets. But yeah, the pulse rifle is like its secondary fire is a grenade, which is like okay. But in general, it's pretty bad.
I have a very important question that I forgot to ask last time. How the fuck is Z-Ball 2023?
Fucking super fucking easy.
Oh.
Like insanely easy.
Because Z-Ball was a blast, and the challenge at the time was recognizing which of the holes was uncovered and which ones weren't. To which, God, shoutouts Crabtree, who made an edit of like the fucking Space Jam style necromorph with a full-on jersey blocking my shots on each time I aimed for one. But I would imagine that a game like that, as a bonus, could be redone to be a whole fucking thing,
No, it's the same spot, and it's just easier. Like you can free float in that area, so you can get like close to it if you desire. It
was not a blast, says Sphere Hunter. Yo, Susie, the fucking asteroids was the worst shit ever and needed to go.
It was so bad.
Z-Ball was great. Z-Ball was fun. I don't think I ever found Peng.
So Peng was.
I saw the poster. I saw the poster for Peng. That's all I saw.
So Peng was a little fucking statue thing. I don't know what the fuck it's supposed to be in universe, but it was like, oh yeah, Peng. There's always Peng, and it was in the cargo bay in between the two hallways that go towards the USG Ishimura sign. And when you go there now, and you fucking pick up the what's there, it's actually a diary of a guy who has Peng. And it was like, oh, I can't let anyone find Peng, so I moved it to a different spot. And so it's actually not that far, but you get it at the end of the game, and it's like, oh, hey, that's cute.
Update the bit. Gotcha. Okay. Because people were yelling about Peng as I was like going through the game, and I'm like,
it's a strange little
I don't know what the fuck everyone's talking about because I didn't see it. But then I saw the poster with the girl on it, and it's just like, yeah, there's always Peng or whatever.
Didn't you read the motion comic?
Yes, and I completely forget what happened in it. I think it was the discovery of the
They all die. That's
I did read the motion comic, and I played Dead Space Extraction.
Yeah, so they integrated some of the stuff from the motion comic and the book and Extraction into the remake because they're not going to remake those fucking things.
Okay.
So they just took audio log here, character mention there, event here, and just integrated it into this because, yeah.
I mean, those post-game logs are all really important world-building, like, timelines for, like, how the Ishimura got to where it is, what its mission is, what planet cracking is, and what the economy of this world is, you know, in general, and essentially just the Exogeny Corp equivalent, you know, or the Wayland Yutani of this world, and like, they say that planet cracking's dangerous, but
it is.
But look at these zeros,
though. Dangerous, but it is. It really, really is.
Yeah. So, cool.
Last but not least, today is the final day of the season that I started playing Marvel Snap in. And in the 2 weeks that I've been playing Marvel Snap, I am level 485, which is enough to get, 20 levels past the fucking season pass, or the monthly pass, as well as almost at the cap of the starting. Like, you go to level 500 to get all your guaranteed cards. So, yeah. When you start playing that game, you fucking finish the... Oh, are you all right?
Big cough.
Are you barfing into your shirt?
Big cough.
Oh, I see. Yeah, once you play this game for 2 weeks, and you will have caught up to getting all your guaranteed cards, like, which is a reference I now resent for myself making, because I just snapped my fingers. I assume they thought of that when they were making it. It's good. Today is MODOK Day, actually.
Machine only designed for
mental organism only. Mental organism
only designed only for killing. Yes. Yeah. What about it's MODOK, actually?
Yeah. Don't worry about it. Prepositions don't count. But yeah, discard decks are going to become popular today. Woo. I don't have a discard deck because I don't have Dracula. Dracula's a Marvel character?
Dracula's a Marvel character. Vampires and blade shit.
Okay.
As is werewolf and, you know, all the monsters of the old 60s post-comics code shit.
Okay. If you want to see more crap on my channel, such as Page May Cry 2 starting tomorrow, as well as some Marvel Snap and some Dead Space, go down to twitch.tv/PatStaresAt. That's twitch.tv/PatStaresAt. I'm going to do a React stream at the end of the week on Friday. So go back to that. So when Paige was playing through DMC 1, the number one question was, what are you going to do about 2? And it had the consensus that Paige and I reached is that we'll load it up and she can just back the fuck out at any time. And the worry for me is that my wife loves trash and like bad garbage. So her tolerance is really high.
So the interesting experiment would be to socially not act as if anything is wrong with DMC2.
Too late. It's way too late.
Of course it is. But how fucking fun would it be to just not act like anything's wrong? Like, oh, yo, are you ready for the sequel? And then just just play it straight the whole time and see at what point, if ever, it happens. Or do they just go along with it like, yeah, no, yeah, hey, right. Look at him doing it. The guns are strong. Wow. Huh. That would be mean, actually, because, like, yeah, that would be, but, like, just to see, you know, if everyone pretends that there's nothing wrong and this is just the latest and the greatest in the DMC franchise, you know, and just having them be like, I'm having fun.
because even when everyone's trying to like piss light us into like, oh, it's great, there's still just I just saw it just now. Just DMC2, baby, best game. You have to play it, like Vinny posting. Like can't escape it. Can't get out.
All right.
What's weird is that during like after we beat DMC1, somebody sent me the photo of you playing DMC2 from a million years ago.
Oh yeah.
And I'm
Willie May
like,
Cry
oh my
2.
god, we got old. You look better now, though. Genuinely.
Thank you. I appreciate
the
that.
hair and the beard and the age. It's better.
It's working out a little bit. I'm trying.
I don't. I'm falling apart. But
nah, the move did you good.
I'm getting a haircut tomorrow.
There you go.
I need it. I need it really bad.
Willie May Cry 2 as an album, though, which I did actually. I went on my Facebook and then I made a video out of that for the channel back in 2017 or a while ago. Is there, and you can see the gallery, which is me playing DMC2 for the first time as my old roommate, you, and was it Guilty Gear John?
It might have been Guilty Gear John.
I think it was my old roommate, you, and Guilty Gear John. And Rat Boy were watching.
Was there. Yeah,
Rat Boy was there, and just took pictures every 20 minutes on the 20 minutes, and it was an emotional journey.
About being 20, it's like, who's gonna be there? Guilty Gear John and Rat Boy. Oh yeah, cool.
Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was. Yeah,
I hope Rat Boy's doing well. He was a good kid.
Yeah. And you can see the plastic instruments in the background.
You can.
Anyways, quick word from our sponsors. This week, the podcast is sponsored by HelloFresh. It's the place to go for your farm fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and seasonal recipes. You know the deal. We've talked about it before. So, gotta remind you again that if you want to skip your trip to the grocery store, you can count on HelloFresh to deliver the good stuff in a fresh box. Cool ingredients that are to your taste, and you don't have to worry about the planning or the prep. So, you know the deal. You can waste a lot of time dealing with groceries, dealing with food, and all that stuff. You can definitely eat better and healthier if you make your own meals. Of course, that's what we learned. And but it takes time, and that sucks. HelloFresh is going to deliver you you can get the healthy foods you want or the stuff to your flavor. You got your fit and wholesome, veggie, family friendly, just regular boxes and recipes, and they're all on easy to follow cards, so you get a delicious home cooked dinner ready to go in sometimes less than 15 minutes depending on what you're making. I know that chili was real quick and good, didn't take too long, and it was great. But you can get all of that delivered on the schedule that suits you, so you can pause it when you want to, resume, delay a shipment sometimes, and pick and choose, replace your sides, replace your proteins, add to it, whatever you want to do. You have up to 40 different recipes to choose from, so you can keep the variety going. I'm the kind of person that likes to get different things every time I go get food in different places. I always try to mix it up and see what I like, and I can see if I can discover something new. So variety is the spice of life, as they say, and quite literally, that's how I find out all my favorite things is through trying out new shit. 40 is a lot to pick from. Try them out. In fact, if you go to HelloFresh.com/SuperBeast65 and you use the code SuperBeast65, you'll get 65% off plus free shipping. That's HelloFresh.com/SuperBeast65 with the code SuperBeast65 for 65% off plus free shipping. That's HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. Thank you, HelloFresh.
Thanks, HelloFresh.
This week, we're also sponsored by ExpressVPN, who uh, continuously come in use and came in use this week for me because, yeah. It is the way. Okay, here. What's the analogy this time? Using the internet without ExpressVPN is like having a first aid kit but not keeping it stocked up. Most of the time, you'll probably be fine. But if you suddenly get into a horrible accident and there's nothing in the first aid kit to stop the bleeding, wow.
Oops. Should have
Okay.
prepared.
You should have put a VPN on to stop the horrible pulsating
My data.
hemorrhage.
It's leaking out of my port.
Your hemorrhage is data, exactly. You don't need a lot of technical knowledge to get it going. You just click a button. Anyone can get involved, and you don't want your data getting hacked.
I don't want my data leaking out all over the place.
See what happened? Source codes are getting posted for ransom. People are doing all kinds of digital crimes. You gotta protect yourself. And for me, I'm just like, yo, I'm in Canada. I would like to purchase this, and they're like, nah. And I'm like, okay. Click. I'm no longer in Canada.
Wow, that's crazy. You teleported really fast.
That's cool. Come on in. Welcome. And I was like, thank you. I appreciate it. So yeah, if you don't want to be discriminated against because of where you're from, put a VPN on, and you'll fight discrimination digitally. Yeah. Where's the lie? All you got to do is secure your online data today by visiting expressvpn.com/superbeast. That's expressvpn.com/superbeast, and you can get an extra 3 months for free. That's expressvpn.com/superbeast. Thank you, ExpressVPN.
Thanks, ExpressVPN.
This week, we're also sponsored by Raycon.
Hey,
all
Raycon,
about
what
getting
up?
the wires out of your life. And I can tell you, Raycon saved the day this morning because I was taking some calls, and there's times where I'm doing a like a speakerphone or a conference call type thing, and couldn't hear so great on the with the where the person was, and so me and Punch Mom were able to just split an ear each, and then just talk that way through two different things, and have a perfect time having a conference call with a third party that we could both talk to, and it was great. It was super useful, only made possible by having the wireless earbuds. So that's the type of stuff you can do. Because I was like, is there tech to maybe get this device hooked in? Can I get two things? And it's like, oh, yeah, but only if it's proprietary, and yada, 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 all this nonsense. And it turned out all we had to do was just split the buds and do it. So get the wires out of your life and get the ability to do things like that by going to the premium audio point at the perfect price with the Raycons. You got everyday earbuds, low latency gaming headphones, speakers with a battery that'll last all night, and you've got them coming in at half the price of other premium audio brands. So you're getting that quality at the non-ridiculous wallet-breaking prices. And of course, in some cases, yeah, it's like you can get a pair and a spare and still play less than you would with some of the super gouged prices. So Raycon has been doing it. It's been quite handy. You can go check them out if you're ready to get the wires out. Go to buyraycon.com/superbeast today to get 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/superbeast to score 15% off. buyraycon.com/superbeast. Thanks, Raycon.
Thank you, Raycon.
Last but not least, cha-ching is the sound of a sale on Shopify.
I like that noise.
That's what sounds like when you learn how to sell a thing, because that's hard. You know,
I
when
don't
you
know how
walk
to do
out
it.
to the corner store and you buy a chocolate bar, you're like, oh, yeah, I got my chocolate bar. But you don't realize that the person at the store, there's a whole complicated system of how they set it up to get that to you, how they get the next one ready to go, how they take your buck for it and do the whole process. There's a whole thing to selling it. And I don't understand that shit.
I don't even know what you're saying right now. I don't
Commerce. Literally the word commerce.
Is that like the stock market?
It's kind of like that. It's like, you know, it's when you tap your, it's when you get thing.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
But if you want to sell thing,
Okay.
it's
thing.
hard
For
to
money.
give hard.
Because people are far.
Far people.
They're far away.
Shopify comes in and gives you the opportunity to set up all of your sales and basically helps you with like, hey, you want to expand your business, you want to be able to ship, you want to sell across different social media marketplaces, you want to get your presence on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, they got you covered. You want to track your growth, you want to look at how your stats are going, whatever you're selling, see how it's all set up, 24/7 library, business courses, support for you every step of the way. In fact, I've definitely ordered things before where I've noticed actually that it's like, oh, hey, thanks for your purchase. Here's a little map showing you where your thing is at and how soon it'll get to you. Here's all the tracking information you could want. And here's a full breakdown of when to expect your window of delivery and all that stuff. And that's a Shopify-powered store. So those things are super cool. And I'm like, damn, I didn't even know I wanted that. But now that I can see that, it's good because I can just stare at it in the warehouse and be like, yeah, it's physically right there, but it's coming soon. That's the Shopify stuff, right? So get in there, help your business grow. You can sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/superbeast, all lowercase. So that's shopify.com/superbeast to take your business to the next level today. One more time, shopify.com/superbeast. Thanks, Shopify.
Thanks, Shopify.
All right. Stuff is going on.
Is it?
It sure is. I'll tell you right now.
Hold up, I gotta get water. Well, don't hold up. Keep talking, but I gotta get water real fast.
You go get that water, and you know what? That's a privilege that you can enjoy, because as he goes to get his water, that's something that the contestants of Squid Game, the reality TV show, were not privileged to do. So we're going there.
Absolutely.
Totally?
Sure.
So you agree then?
You could say that if you wanted.
Can I hold you to it then? You're absolutely for sure. In the future, this is going to happen?
I don't know. I don't feel that confident about it now.
Okay. I said you could go get your water and you would be doing something that the contestants of Netflix's live-action reality TV Squid Game could not do, because the reports are coming in about that show. It was reported a while ago that Squid Game, the hit that popped off during the pandemic, was going to have a Netflix real game show adaptation, of course. Mr. Beast comes along, fucking crushes it, beats him to the punch, does it himself on a video, end of story, right? But not really, because they continue with this production. And what we find out is they film it in the UK. They hire they get the 456 participants coming in, and people show up, start playing like red light, green light, for example.
Right.
And they notice that, well, for starters, they're out in the fucking cold for hours, because they'll go green light, pause for 10 seconds, red light, and then hold red light for like 20 minutes at a time out in the freezing cold.
So I looked into this and I read the same article or same batch of articles. The red light, green light thing is an absolute perfect situation because it's like, let's think about the TV show, right? The TV show had half of all the contestants be eliminated from that first game, which is kind of the idea for, each game is 50% or a little bit more, right? But the reason why people fucked up on that game is because they get fucking shot if they fuck it up. So there's a lot of tension, right? When you're dealing with a bunch of just British blokes, people aren't terrified of death. They'd probably, under normal conditions, totally crush it, like most people. So what do? Well, you're going to have to make the game just insanely hard. So hard that you have to keep people held in place until you're like pretty confident, oh yeah, half of the people are going to drop out on this.
So that is a thought. However, it seems to be much simpler than that. Because some people flew in from elsewhere internationally with the casting or whatever. It seems like it was really just more so incompetence, actually.
What?
Because for starters, like you said, you have these pauses of ridiculous periods of time to the point where in the freezing cold, people start falling over.
Yeah,
as you can imagine.
They're wearing like windbreakers.
So then people go, hey, medic, emergency, someone just collapsed. And then those people that call for the emergency get eliminated. And then everyone's like, no, like, fuck the show. There's people getting hurt. And
eliminated.
They're like, yeah, right? And then everyone's like, no, you... And then they're like, okay. Hold your hand up and specifically call out in this way, and then you won't get eliminated, right? And then some people are doing that. And then they still get eliminated. And then some people who are not moving get eliminated. And then some people who move blatantly don't get eliminated. And nothing matters or seems to mean anything. A little bit earlier in the story with the when they were arriving on the bus, people were talking about, hey, how'd you get the gig? How'd you hear about this? Some people were like, oh, like I know the casting person, or I brought my friend and invited me. Other people were just like, I saw an ad, whatever. And they're like, oh, okay. And then they get told, silence, no talking to any other contestants. You can't talk about how you showed up. You can't talk at all, whatever. And then multiple people get reprimanded, and they keep enforcing, do not talk about anything, right? No conversations. Okay. Some people start talking because they're handed their wireless microphone setup, as you all would expect for this type of thing. And they put them on and realize that they're not working because there's no battery and or anything in the mic, that the wireless lav mic that actually is got any juice. So they're like, well, other people's are working. What's going on? Meanwhile, the camera crews seem to only be hanging out in certain areas, doing their thing. And people are talking to each other going, hey, does your thing work? Mine doesn't. What's going on? Then people start talking about, wait a second, when is your return flight? And they're like, oh, mine's on Thursday. When's yours? And like, oh, mine's on Sunday. And they're like, well,
mine's today. I was just reading up as well. Some of them were like, I'm playing the game today, and my return flight is today.
And it quickly becomes extremely apparent that the whole fucking thing is not a game show or reality. It's rigged as fuck. It's scripted and written.
TV show.
They've hired a number of influencers and a family of certain people and a couple of different main characters that have the working equipment that the cameras are following, and everyone else is just in a fucking background extra role. However, they didn't tell anyone that this is what it was. So some people took all the time off from work to come to this. Some people quit their jobs Some people did everything they could to get over to the UK for this opportunity because they were all under the impression it was for like $45 million, life-changing amounts of money. And if there was a shot at it, it would be worth it to make whatever sacrifices. They fucking lied to the entire contestant base for what was essentially a background extra gig. And everyone showed up expecting it to not be that. And now after the fact, with their like the thought that your flight is going to be going back home the same day, with in some cases impossibly long, stupid layovers and shit, people are only talking to each other and exchanging notes after the fact because it turns out this whole thing is a fucking shit show.
So I think this
hustler scam, like
I think
fucking
this might be, so this is gonna be like
scam of the century
in terms of talking about these kinds of things, because like it's a scam that doesn't care about the lives of the people that are in it or their injuries, and it is basically a large-scale rich person's like laundering scheme or oligarchy, like whatever, right? Just like the TV show, like it's and like it's not a direct quote. I'm not quoting anyone, but I read a bunch of interviews with these people, and there's this real emotion of like, I thought this was supposed to be a fair game show. It wasn't supposed to be like this, right? But it is supposed to be like this.
Because
this
the
is actually what it's supposed to be like.
The thematics, like the message they're trying to get across in the real show, defeated by the idea of making it a real thing. But then actually, no, we're just gonna, like, as Netflix is wont to do, make themselves look like a bunch of fucking assholes. Because, okay, sure, you make your point. People are collapsing and being carted away on stretchers and ambulances, and you're like, no, it's fine. No, what? Hey. Like, I can only imagine what the insurance is for this type of production, you know, but, like, this entire thing coming out in this way, and then on top of that, they're like, by the way, when it comes to, like, we go back to our hotel rooms, and then, like, you know, whatever, between the downtime, and they're like, here, Firefest 2 is upon us because the sandwiches they get to eat are like one shitty burger, and like they're told not to order from out or whatever, and some people just did like ordering from outside anyways because they're like, I'm fucking starving and this is stupid, you know, and they're just put in these like ridiculous dire circumstances, and the idea again that like meanwhile you have people coming in with spotlight on them and makeup that are just like, you know, like, ooh, the struggle of this influencer, this character, this person from this story or whatever. And it's super obvious because you could see them surrounded by a filming crew way over there as you're just like fucking off in the background. You don't move for hours and then your thing just pops because too fucking bad. Like, I'm anticipating with bated breath the response to this shit once it comes out, because I want to believe the second it does, there will be a background documentary from all the people that were there talking about what it was really like instantly, like on day one, frame one.
It's this crazy thing. There's a phrase that people like to use when you're talking about problems with capital, and that is that capitalism can subsume everything into itself in order to fuel capitalism. Even
well, that ain't somebody. That's Joyce Messier.
That's even critiques of no. That's broader than that. Even critiques of capitalism can be subsumed to reinforce capitalism, and like, fucking Squid Game is like, what if rich people made you kill yourselves for funsies? Oh man, that's crazy. What if we made a game show for realsies based off of that, in which we had the rich people have you kill yourself for funsies? I mean, play for money. I meant play for money.
And in the meantime, while you're proving the actual point of the original show, like I said, a fucking Mr. Beast video comes out and just has a little lulls with it, and it does gangbusters because it was like, oh yeah, that's what that would kind of look like if it were an IRL thing. Anyways, time to go fucking cure blindness or whatever. Like, just like, yeah, it's just like Netflix is like fire getting taken by that thing. Already is kind of hilarious.
This thing was super fast too. It was like within a month.
20-minute video, like whatever it was, in and out, you know. Yeah, straight to the point, you know. Yeah, it's just like, not only did you get beaten to the punch, but like now we're all finding out just about the fucking the brilliant assholes that thought that, hey guys, what if we planned this all out and didn't tell anybody and got a super dramatic, awesome result? Wouldn't that be fun? Wouldn't that be great? That'd be the best way for this show to go. But what if they find out? Oh, don't worry, it'll be fine. It won't be a big deal. Everyone loves Squid Game. Okay. And
hey,
that was the end of the discussion.
You know how we were like the villains in the TV show? What if we made our own TV show, but then we were the villains for real?
What if so you're saying we just eliminate people randomly? Yeah, but then what if they start telling each other and comparing and finding out? Well, we yell at them to tell them to not talk to each other. Oh, okay, cool, got it. Perfect.
You know, Johnson, they're talking to each other a lot. I think we should, the pink guys, I think we should give them real firearms to really, so, influence them to stop, not to use them, just get them to shut up.
So, yes, the Pat bit, roll out the death games, etc.
Come on, it's right. Not even, it's built in.
And someone here, okay, here's what I'm going to say, right? In real life, all bits aside, I guarantee you someone behind, looking at the monitors of the footage, looked at people falling down and the camera's panning to them on the ground and went,
that's good TV.
That's good.
That's good.
Right?
That's good. That's dramatic.
When two people collapsed in the cold after hours, one of those execs saw that and went, good. Yeah. Even if they didn't say it out loud, even if it eventually turned into an emergency, in the moment, I promise you that happened. So yeah.
So that rules.
Let's see where this goes. Squid Game the challenge or whatever the fuck.
So I hope their lawyers really, really, really fucking did their due diligence on those contracts people had to sign, because like giving people a chance to win money that's not real is fraud.
Yes, actually. Now Canada is very, very, very strict about that shit. I assume America too as well. I assume anything Commonwealth is also probably going to be, hey, you can't lie to people and tell them they have a chance to win $4.56 million, and then it turns out that they can't.
Yeah, because like, especially in today's world where there's an email somewhere, like on paper, right, or digital paper that says, okay, so here's our 6 potential winners. Which do you guys want it to be? And it's like the people that have the camera.
But here's the rub. Whatever the fuck they signed on that waiver might include the ability for bullshit to be okay, right? And this is where it comes down to, I suppose, the like legal rights, EULA reading, et cetera, right? Is there something on the waiver that straight up says, hey, this is not actually a contest. You are an unpaid extra.
Yeah, you can't sign away your right to not fall down dead in the cold, though.
Certainly not. Certainly not. But is there something that was signed that said you waive your right to think that this is a free and real contest? I can only imagine that even if it does say that, a lawyer worth their salt would be able to say, yeah, but we have literally hundreds of people who didn't realize that was the case.
Yeah, as somebody in the chat correctly pointed out, if it's a crime, you can't sign away your right to be crimed on.
Right.
Like,
right,
you can't
right,
sign
right.
away your inalienable human rights or your ability to not have crimes happen to you. So
Yeah.
like EULAs and waivers, and they're only there to stop you from taking somebody to court.
Now, Your Honor, we never referred to this as a contest. We referred to this only as a challenge. This is a game. This is a challenge. This is a program. You know, nothing in any of our pitches or whatever. Yeah. Just, I want to know. I want to see it. I want to hear about it. I hope that this fucking noise is as big as whatever the fuck they end up putting out on this thing. Because, this is the scummiest, fucking, most evil shit you could do in a situation like this with this type of game. Because, like, even if you just lied to everybody about what they were in for, the part where people are getting carried out on fucking stretchers is like, oh, you're actually those pieces of shit, though.
Like, you know what they should have done,
and this is where I say, like, the negligence strikes me more of as a believable route than the let's just get rid of, you know, as many as possible, but all of the above, really.
I think that there would have been a more fair way to do this, and that is real simple. You play the game as normal, no bullshits, and then when you get to tug of war, that eliminates 50% of whatever amount you have, right? Because
Sure.
the tug of war,
One winner, one loser.
and then you get to the glass, right? And you do that as normal, and then just you get to the final Squid game, which in the show has like 2 people, right? And you just throw whoever's left in it and say there's still only gonna be one winner, and you don't tell them to commit crimes. You just say there can only be one winner.
I mean, really, there's
drop a bunch of bats and glass into the arena.
Of course, there we go. Now, there's a lot of ways this could play out. Another option would be to just play it straight, film everything, and then when someone emerges victorious, just don't pay them the money.
You just don't.
Just literally just go, all right, you got it,
Great,
yay.
I'm glad you got this exposure.
We'll be in touch. And that's it. Like, just... what's the difference at this point? Like, yeah. You know, just that's all. You can always just go that route too, really, you know, because that's about as honest as you've been from the jump.
Throw a bunch of crocodiles and tigers into it. Fuck
Why
it.
not? Why not?
Like, honestly, at this point, what is the difference from just putting them all in a big room with a bunch of wild animals, and then when somebody escapes the room, they go, "You won, congrats," and they give them an Arby's gift card?
Yeah.
Like, what is the functional difference?
What
it's
else
just
exciting?
Fake.
Nothing else exciting is happening in Bedfordshire. It's fine. Just fucking get the lads, you know, kite them in and just, yeah. So yeah, people quitting their jobs, straight up. You know?
Really confused because I saw there's a scandal with Squid Game's inhumane treatment was the wording, and I'm like, what? It's a fucking TV show, you idiots! And then I clicked on it, and like this was the first I had heard of it making a real one, and I'm like, no shit, there's problem. Did you watch it? Did anyone watch it?
I want to say that I brought it up some time ago. Yeah, because they announced this.
I must have forgotten.
They announced this at least a year or two back. But yeah, there we go. All right. Anyway, good job, guys. Oh, by the way, while Netflix is up to that, their whole new anti-password sharing rules that they posted on the website, that was a mistake. Actually,
no, they didn't mean to do that. That was those were drafts. Those were never meant to be public, even though customer service was telling people how it worked the day of that, and it already rolled out in Latin American countries. Nah, it was a mistake. No, we never intended to do that.
In the industry, that's what we call a whoopsie doodle.
Oh, whoopsie doodle? Oh,
yep. So
You see,
don't
D&D
worry about
did
it.
the same thing.
JK, Wizards of the Coast, JK.
Oh no, we never were gonna do it.
What?
Those are
You
drafts,
crazy.
and we didn't mean it. Please
You
don't
guys
buy
crazy.
Pathfinder.
Here,
Did you
re-up.
see what happened, Pathfinder?
Re-up your subscription, guys.
Did
Come
you
on.
see
With
the Pathfinder news as a result of this?
what happened to Pathfinder?
So Pathfinder sent out their batch of books for the year, and it was supposed to last for 8 months. Sold out in 2 weeks, right before D&D. So like that news broke, and then like 2 days later, D&D were like, haha, just kidding, fucking OpenGL forever.
Hey, you know what, man? Sounds to me like we both won.
Oh yeah. Oh fucking so. It's too late. People who bought Pathfinder books aren't gonna return the Pathfinder books now that it's like, no, the nerds have bought their books.
Oh man. Oh no, what? L? No, that's crazy. No, we're both winning. Look, wow, we won.
We all won, really.
We all won.
We all won.
There will be those who say otherwise, but
Hey, I gotta take a quick break, let the dog out. I will be back soon.
right, we're back. Shoutouts to Holy Deviant 1. Netflix finally makes faithful adaptation. Everyone's now upset. It's good. It's good. It's good.
They're right. When they're right, they're right. Too
All right.
faithful.
Here's what else is going on. Yesterday, we got some big updates about Tekken 8.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, they showed off a lot. And are, we're getting a feel for where this game is going. And people have some feelings on it. But, they showed off, well, for one, Nina Williams is coming back. And, hey, guess what? Series staple confirmed.
She's like, I laughed. Like Nina Williams announcement trailer. You mean the character that's been in every Tekken game ever?
100%. You cannot make it without her. That being said, I missed the wedding dress, but you know, it's back to the classic blue and a little more spy about it. Not that I've never been a Nina person, but you know, the whole Death by Degrees outfit back in the day it's had a bunch of games to it, so the wedding dress was a kind of a refreshing take. Not to mention, super fucked up from a lore perspective. Mm-hmm. The reason why she's wearing it is because she pretends to be. So Anna, her sister's on her sister's wedding day, Anna's husband is a target that Nina has, and so she pretends to be her and kills Anna's fiance on their wedding day, and then escapes as Anna's like, oh,
yo, Anna's just a bitch.
Yeah, well, the idea of like, we're gonna freeze you and then use you for experimentation over 20 years, and then Anna's like, nah, freeze me too though. I want to fucking wake up and make sure that bitch gets it. It's like, damn. Okay. All right, Tekken.
Petty, man. It's real petty.
But then fucking Steve is there and he's like, hey, Mom? And she's like, you get the fuck away from me. Don't you ever call me Mom.
I have to
never
say,
call me
Tekken
Mom.
is
I
really
hate
breaking new grounds on terrible parents.
Just, you're nothing to me. And Steve's like, okay, guess I'll go be world champion.
And your arm is fucking nasty. You have a nasty arm. Get away from me, freak.
So you know what? While we're on the topic, I saw some an interview with Harada that makes shit make sense. He said that in regards to Jin, over the last 3 games, he's been trying to make Jin a villain for 10 years now, and the others at the dev team don't want it. So he's been trying to square up an evil arc so that Jin is the villain. And like others have been trying to fight back against that by having Jin be the protag, you know, with Xiao Yu on the side and all that. And so that conflict has played out in this weird ass way where the main protagonist, who's like the guy who you're like seeing the camera follow, like, yeah, people like us don't belong in this world. And it's like, you murdered 1/3 of the population overnight to get a shot at the Devil Gene monster, but fine, you know? And then you lost anyway, but hey, cool. Thanks for wiping out people. Starts a world war. And like, yes, you could say, oh, well, there's, you know, it's like Harada was trying to make Jin evil, and then the pushback has created this, like, is he not? I don't know, but new game. Hopefully you didn't pay too much attention to what he did and root for the new.
What a weird situation. Hey guys, every main character, piece of shit. Every single one. Except for
Asuka, right?
Was she ever the main character?
Well, yeah, I guess that's the question, right? Poster girl, does poster girl equal main character? Not if, you know, Jackie is your big main energy, but Akira is the poster boy forever. Abel and Rashid were called the main characters, but Ryu's like, that's cute.
Let me ask you guys a question.
So no.
like, does Harada hate his dad?
Uh, I don't I don't know. I
Because
don't
like
think so.
even Roger the kangaroo is a deadbeat.
Yeah, but no, but let's think about how many franchises are just about deadbeat dads and patricide, right? It's the
All of
name of the
them.
fucking game. They're all about that. All of it. It's all just kill your dad and he's lame at and he sucks anyways. You know? Um
I'll
that's
never be able to beat up my dad. There will never be a point in my whole
damn.
life that I will be able to beat up my dad.
I'm pretty sure I could take him.
That you could beat up my dad,
No,
or you
mine,
could beat up
mine, mine, mine. I'm pretty sure I could take him at
because
this
I don't
point.
think you could beat up my dad either.
Yeah, well, that's the descriptions. I mean, look, man. Well, hold on. Are we talking after 4 hours of sleep or before?
After, definitely.
Yeah, if we're talking fresh after 4 hours of sleep, that's a different boss fight.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, no. Oh, what an unnecessary fucking yeah.
My dad could beat up your dad.
Oh yeah, well I can beat up your dad, and you're not here to protect him.
Oh no.
Anyway, so Tekken 8, basically they showed off the a couple of things. So one of the big things is of the return of the Rage art, which is the super, the big cinematic hit. But no Rage Drive, which is the super EX move, I'll call it, right? For anyone who's unfamiliar. From a I guess Tekken player perspective, a lot of people are kind of looking at these new things and kind of going like, okay, it's cool, but there's a bit of a trend the game has had towards making it like defense is nigh impossible and offense rules forever. And they're just like, we need some defensive options. This game is so offense heavy, it's crazy. And Harada is like, literally in the interviews, is like, no, offense or defense. He's like, offense all the way, offense forever.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. They're like, how do you recover your health bar? Hit them.
So this is where we get to the crazy shit, right? So first there's gray life. You can do certain moves where you block it and it puts a little chunk of the gray life. In any other game recently, gray life has meant back off and wait a little bit, and you'll watch
Don't get hit. Don't take more damage.
That health will grow back. In this game, your gray life does not come back unless you are hitting the opponent, right? So step one is fucking go in, right? Bloodborne style and all that, right? Two, the heat gauge system is the new thing in this. So heat is like a little instant pop activate. You charge. It's almost like a little Kaioken blast, or like a counter hit charge in Tekken, and then you do an attack, which if it hits, it acts as a bound attack, right? So bound. To not get to too in depth, there was different systems over the years. One of the ones that was in Tekken 6 and in Tekken Tag Tournament 2 was bound, which is it's a ground bounce essentially, right? It's a state where your character is like hits the ground, but they're still like their limbs are still up in the air, and then you can continue the combo afterwards. So that's kind of coming back. And the interesting thing about it is like when the heat bar appears, you'll watch the video of like it goes down slowly over time. But if you're attacking, every time they hit or block or whatever, the bar stops going down. So as long as you're doing stuff, you have more heat.
Yeah, it lasts 10 seconds to start, but every time you hit anybody or they block anything, it just stops.
It stops going. So again, offense, just go crazy. Never stop attacking, and it'll last longer than 10 seconds. Then you have that plus the ability to do a cancel out of it, which costs the rest of your bar. But if you do land any kind of hit, you can get a full conversion into, maximum damage, I'm sure. Which is basically the purpose that Rage Drives used to serve, which is like you land a big swing here, I'm going to dash forward and I'm going to get a nice up close wall carry combo or something. So that's there. And then they kind of went into some of the other stuff. So there's going to be a closed alpha test at EVO Japan 2023. So there'll be some more footage there. And most interestingly, they announced that the online networking is going to be handled by Arika.
Okay.
Now, for anyone who's wondering, I can give you the brief bit, but Arika is the company that made Fexel, right? Fighting EX Layer. That it's by Akira Nishitani, one of the Street Fighter godfathers, and he went on to make Fighting EX Layer, and that was the game that was one of the first that came out where when they were doing that original fighting game roundtable thing meetup, Arika was one of the first ones that was like, hey, we're going to try implementing rollback into Fexel, right? So it's cool because that's promising. It's always one of those things where I want to hear that like Japan reached out to somebody to like rollback experts to get them on board. In this case, they reached out to, I guess, the person who knows the most about rollback that they know that is still in Japan, which is Arika's implementation. I don't have enough intel on whether or not their implementation of rollback into Fexel when they updated it has been solid, but I do know that it was a big patch that dropped, and then the Switch version came out as well with some extra updates, and they've been working on it over the last 2 years. So just because something has the rollback implementation doesn't mean it's going to be great, because as we know, Tekken supposedly has rollback, but it's been
3.
but it's been fucking rough. And I've seen tweets and I've seen screenshots and stuff, people like in the fucking like 200 ms delay on matches where it's like, nah, two rollback frames, it's gonna be fine, guys, no problem. People on Tekken have been like, whatever this is, call it rollback or don't, it feels bad. It does not work in a way that feels good. Fix the thing. Who cares what it's called, right? So it seems as if Arika's coming in and they've announced that they're going to be handling it. They'll be doing, I guess, rollback for 8, but they're also going to be doing it for 7 as well. So they're going to, I guess, fix it, quote unquote, maybe. Now,
What's
if
your
anyone,
expectation on this?
I need to hear from people who've been playing Fexel whether or not that is in a decent state. Because I don't know. I haven't. The only person I knew that really followed it was Jimmy Bones, and he stopped playing it some time ago. So ever since that update, I don't know what the state of Arika's implementation of rollback is. But if it's good, then this is promising. At the very least, we know they're reaching out to somebody. It's not as encouraging as like, grabbing again like one of the known companies that has established this over the course of many games being successful, but Tekken and Bamco and Harada are going to move at the pace that they're comfortable with when it comes to this stuff, right? So if it's good though, great, solve that problem from launch. We don't want to ever have to talk about it again. So more info required. But they're calling in other people because they're not going to do it themselves.
It's really everybody but Virtua Fighter, huh?
Oh, yeah.
It's just literally everybody except for Virtua Fighter.
I mean, it would be fucking amazing if it got implemented into the arcade cabinet of the next Yakuza game. God bless. It's actually not, though, because in terms of like fighters people really want to get their hands on with that, Under Night in Birth is also unrollbacked and is
Oh,
currently
cool! Yeah, woo!
yeah. So that one's out.
The Virtua Fighters and the Unbirthies.
Soul Calibur is fucking floating upside
Yeah,
down
well,
in the
Soul
water.
Calibur hasn't had a new game in ever.
Well, 6 came out. You know.
When did 6 come out? Wasn't that like 10 years ago?
No, it was within the last what? When did that? It was a couple of years. 2018, just pre-COVID.
7 years ago. I was but a fetus when Soul Calibur 6 came out.
And then it got updates up until maybe 2020. I want to say. Anyway, yeah, there's a handful of them, but whatever. Tekken 8 is potentially gonna have some decent online. It's all on Arika, so let's hope for the best.
I really love Tekken a lot, so I would really, really, really like for this to work well. I saw someone suggest though that them going to change up 7's netcode kind of implies that 8 is really far.
I believe it. The Tekken World Tour stuff is it's currently popping. They're still going. And
well, speaking of, congrats to Pakistan for fucking just crushing it again.
When we're not.
If you're not from Pakistan, just don't go to the Tekken tournament. You're gonna lose.
Or get over there and start grinding. Like some of the Korean players did. When it comes to anything but online, certainly, Tekken 7 is a fucking incredible fighting game.
It sure is.
So good. But although it is funny though, because like I can definitely see the idea of people, because like when you lean all into offense, like it just means like, hey, stop complaining, just fight harder, get in there, do more. Right. And like people who get the ability to do better moves that track on both sides, that are fucking insane mids, or like, like just all kinds of super hard to avoid shit. And it's like, yeah, the answer is do your own cheaper shit if you got it.
Just like, oh, I don't know what to do when they're rushing me down. I'm like, why aren't you rushing them down?
Yeah. But for all of those, it's super hype whenever someone does a low parry and swats that shit out of here. Get your fucking snake edge out.
Low parry them aggressively during your rush down.
That's it. No, you don't. And this is why, no matter what you do to the offense, a good old Steve Fox, whoop, no you don't. Whoa. One of these is just like the height of hype. Nothing like a perfect fucking dodge right over someone's punch and Steve just completely slips out and avoids it. It's if you could see the synapses firing whenever those moments happen, dude. Anyways, so that's what's going on there.
I can see an X-ray of your mind when you're playing Tekken, Wooly, and it's a single big neuron that goes Steve.
It's pretty big.
And then there's a smaller neuron underneath that says dodge punch.
Yep. It's similar to when someone does a giant swing of a sword in Sam's show, and as Darley, you just fucking dodge that shit. Like, yeah. But you know that feeling because you've landed a fucking parry. And furthermore, you've landed a red parry and been like, right?
Yeah, it feels good, man.
Feels good. I need those things going off when I play. All right.
I have news, by the way, about Fexel's implementation.
Sure.
Courtesy of friend of the show, Buttons. Fexel's rollback is not great, but the Switch version has a different implementation and an Arika in-house solution that is apparently better, but not sure how good it is. People cross-country say it's great, but the person I'm talking to does not own a Switch. So it might be really good or not. It's not really the confirmation I wanted.
Might be cool, says John. Okay.
It might be good.
Might be cool. MITEBKOOL.
Uh,
Yeah. All right. We'll see. You know, sometimes there's not much to it. We just got to see how it comes out. So there was another bit that happened earlier with Xbox 360's marketplace coming out saying that, hey, we're going to be delisting the marketplace in its entirety. If you want to buy any Xbox 360 games, you better get on it now because they're going to be gone forever.
oh.
Well, turns out that was a mistake.
Oops, it was a draft.
The Xbox support website posted that, but it was an error. So they've come out to correct and say, no, it is not actually delisting everything and shutting the store down, but they are delisting 47 games.
Oh, okay.
So if you want to, and I have actually gone back on to check my Xbox 360 about maybe like 6 months ago. I was going back to look over it because there's some fighting games and stuff on that I wanna check out, and some other in stuff that never got ported. But go take a look at the list. There's a good solid 46 or 47 games that are going to be gone forever. So, yep. Keep that in mind. However, I guess the only silver lining of these games being killed off is that if they were available for download on the Xbone and above, those copies are still going to be available. So, in a weird way, the Xbox 360 store itself will not have some of these games, but you can buy them for the future versions of the console that are still hosting it to play in a backwards compatible way. What? I don't know. Great. Okay. So I can no longer take damage.
Oh, yeah. No, you can.
I can no longer take damage.
You can.
It's done. It's just I can't be hurt anymore. This is it. This is the one that's like, yep. With this, I'm like, okay, great. Whatever you want to tell me, let it be as cool as it ever could have been. Show me the footage. Let me get my hands on it. I don't give a fuck. Whatever the future of Titanfall is, I'm disconnected. I can't take damage from this franchise anymore.
Why are you talking about this?
Because it was revealed that scrapped Apex Legends single-player game was in development that featured many Titanfall characters as well as BT. BT was a central part of it. You could also play as Blisk. Legends would show up to give you some powers. It was inspired by Doom Eternal, and it had wall running and high mobility as its gameplay core. So the Doom Eternal mention as well kind of makes an impression that you can put together Titanfall style movement and wild, fun, fast shit in a place where you take out enemies in mobs and then continue to jump. And when you used to shoot the little soldier groups around and shit like that, I can imagine that easily becoming a hyper fun, simple experience. And if you wanted to merge the Titanfall and Apex worlds together so that you could keep pushing the current thing while bringing back the cool shit from the past, it also revealed. Also, there's a reveal that the Apex drop animation was supposed to be an orbital drop, and it wasn't going to be jumping from a plane. But whatever, that ended up changing. Yeah. So game canceled. Never happening. That's that.
This feels like your dead son. Like Legacy of Kain.
Legacy of Kain. Mm-hmm.
Where like me hearing about it was that it was killed. And I got to see some of it, and I'm like, guess I'll go play Lara Croft and the Guardians of Light with the fucking Kain costumes now.
Yeah. I I just like okay. Um, obviously anyone who loved Titanfall 2 would want to see a Titanfall 3. Obviously Apex comes along and kind of goes, maybe not, because this is what we're all about now. And you know what? Hey, Apex didn't shut down, right? That thing managed to basically be the flagship. So, all right, we watched as Titanfall news become Apex Legends news. We watched as slowly but surely every story about a project behind the scenes regarding the Titanfall brand kind of either fell off or got rebranded as Apex or whatever the case is. And that's all fine because I don't hate Apex. I just like
Somebody
the
just
thing that was
mentioned it.
there a
Apex
whole lot
Legends
more.
mobile port is another one of those games being shut down.
Sure. Sure. When we knew that Titanfall 3 was never really going to happen, and then when we knew that all these side projects they mentioned weren't going to happen, you're like, okay. You get to the idea that you're like, if they ever did go to make something, like let's say you're working on a version of new Titanfall content while Apex blows up, you're obviously going to be like, well, this is the new hotness that everyone knows and cares about. It would make way more sense to make it a part of this world, right? We can only post that one cool panel from that comic where the Apex characters get to the edge of the boundary, and then a pilot shows up and goes, "Hey, play your paintball games. Stick to the fucking boundary. You should have never come out of the zone or whatever." Right? Everyone can go but at the end of the day, it's a fucking single page of a single random thing. If they planned to make a game that was all about bringing Apex and Titanfall together, that makes perfect sense. That would have been a really hype way to kill two birds with one stone, right? You have a new fan base that only cares about Apex. You have old fans that only care about Titanfall. Sure, cross them over, emphasize the best parts of both, and put that in a single player experience. And then the Doom Eternal inspiration, no problem, because that was a great game. That gets canned, great. No hopes for anything relating to this anymore, and I've closed my heart to it, boy. I can't be hurt by this anymore. It's done.
I think the wildest thing about this was I have the same conversation every time I bring up Apex, which is I actually really like Apex a lot. I had a ton of fun playing that. And I'm like, maybe I'll go play Apex. They have duos now, right? And then I load into a game and I land on the ground, and then my partner just runs as fast as they can away from me, as hard as they can, and then I get killed by a duo, and I go, God damn it! I wish I could just fucking play Titanfall. Just every single time, every time.
Every time we have this conversation, though, it goes the same way. I'm like, I don't queue solo. I play with people.
Yeah, and then I respond I play battle royales at 2:30 a.m. on the West Coast. Who am I queuing with?
Yeah, I don't know, but I'm gonna try to jump on with people because I do not want to be subjected to solo queue. I did it once and it was fucking horrible. I think I talked about it where I got paired up with a duo that was I don't know. They were just loud and obnoxious and terrible, and it was horrible and whatever. But anyway, yeah, no, this is a moment of clarification. It is a very simple. I don't care until something exists, and that's all there is to it. You can bring me 8 more stories about the cool, amazing, the amount of canceled, things of all the what, who can, why even care? You know what's sick? That there's a fucking fan run North Star mod that lets you fastball special your way into the battlefield. Great. You know what the best part about that is? It exists.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Just completely and utterly gonna I'm steeled up. My fucking my soul is steeled over. I just can't give a fuck.
Not. You just need something stronger. You just need them to like cancel Street Fighter 6 or something.
Well, no, wait, hold on, wait, hold on, hold on, hold on. Wait, as in, uh, 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 Apex Legends cancels Street Fighter 6.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, fuck it. Okay, now I understand what you mean. I thought you meant you were just dead to all cool things being dead. You mean this specific narrow field
I mean
of
anything.
Titanfall shit.
I mean anything Respawn is doing relating to the Apex Titanfall universe.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, okay, that it makes more sense than what I thought. I thought you just said you were just dead inside, like in general, to all cancellations.
No, 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 no. This has toyed with my emotions one too many times. It's done. It's over. It's joined Def Jam.
Dude, I didn't even play any of the first Def Jam, and I played Fight for New York on my PSP, and that Def Jam shit still hurts me.
You fuck around too many times, I give like negative shits about your franchise. Nothing. I get no excitement. I have no hype. I don't care. I will not look at it. I will not acknowledge it. I pretend I do not see it. And then when it comes out and it's in my hands, then maybe I'll care. But until then, absolutely beyond dead to me in that regard. With these fucking news and announcements and shit. Whatever is real, whatever does happen, whatever does exist, great. I'll be happy when that happens. But until then, I'm fucking... There's no more copium. Speaking of canceled games, though, here's a fun one. Over in New York, a little bit of a conundrum happening with Elliot Spitzer, the former governor. I don't know if you have heard that name before.
Oh, I saw this.
I remember that name. Apparently, a lawsuit from a co-op board is gonna upend his plans to build an Upper East Side condo.
A very tall condo building.
And in particular, the prize of this lawsuit is for a lot of grimy concrete behind a luxury apartment building. When you look at it from the sky, it is just a fucking dirty, empty lot. The empty lot is real.
It is like so the empty lot has always been real. It's always been a real estate thing of if I can buy some annoying piece of real estate, right? Where the government's gonna build a highway, right? And I know that the government's gonna build a highway. What if I buy up all the houses in the way of the highway? Then the government will have to give me their appraisal, whatever, right? But like it's literally the same lot to build a high-rise tower. It looks the same. It's an empty lot in the middle of New York. It's the same thing as Yakuza 0.
Hey, Kiryu, you ever been to Manhattan? Oh, God. Like a dragon, New York. Let's go. Let's go.
That would not be a long game.
You think you could clean up the streets?
No.
Of the Bronx?
I don't think the characters in the Yakuza series would do well in countries that had less stringent gun ownership laws.
Oh, man. Yeah, but heat moves, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Right? Yeah, we fucked around, and we out here. We come strapped. But you ever dealt with a fucking heat move? You know?
Can Italians perform heat moves? Can they?
I mean, it depends on how Italian they are. There's probably a threshold. If they're like actual Italian, like from the motherland, probably not. But if you're like fake American Italian,
yeah.
Okay, not fake American Italian, but if you're Sopranos,
said what you said.
I said what I
meant.
And you know what? They knew what I meant too. If you're a Sopranos character that would go back to Italy and like you have your accent, but you're like, I actually don't understand what the fuck anybody is saying around me, and you're Syl, or or you're Polly Walnuts just sitting there looking around. You know, trying to get your commendatoria, and everyone's like, who the fuck? Like, yeah, you. I'm talking about you. They have heat moves, yes. Absolutely.
That's great.
But I feel as if, I don't know where the story goes, so... the bit only goes so far as the premise.
Unfortunately, it goes to the drama of the legal system.
Okay.
Boo.
Damn. I was hoping that it would go to an Elliot Spitzer Kuze Sewers underground battle.
I mean, it might. We just wouldn't know about it.
Yeah, good stuff over there. And one more thing that was pretty interesting. Over at Did You Know Gaming, they did a video. Shane did a video on the game that never came out, Star Fox Armada.
Mm-hmm.
Now that name fucking set off like little new type noises because I'm like, oh my god, why do I know that? There was something well before the Wii even existed that was called Star Fox Armada. What was it? And I went up and I looked it back. And God bless Unseen 64 because they always have the archives. Star Fox Assault was originally announced as Star Fox Armada. And I remember that because I remember the placeholder pages on the internet for it. And that name just went away at some point. And I was like, what was that, right? Then it turns out after reviving Donkey Kong and Metroid, Retro Studios was going to revive Star Fox as well. This is, of course, well before they did this is well before Zero came out. They were going to resurrect Star Fox, and they were going to do the same thing that they did in terms of like Metroid Dread, where you take an old game, that project name that never happened, and like bring that thing out. Armada was a thing that didn't happen. Going to bring that back, right? And the plans for this thing were kind of fucking crazy. Like, it was a wild gamble that may or may not have paid off, but it definitely would have been more interesting than Star Fox Zero, right? Because at the end of the day, shitting on a thing, like fucking up a thing that is a remake of a thing people love is just, there's no win. There's no win to get there. But the original idea for this was a Star Fox game that was in the style of the goddamn Jim Henson puppets from the back of the game box.
Oh,
come on!
God damn it!
Come on!
God damn it!
Right? Leaning into the puppets on the back of the SNES box art style. So fucking good right off the bat. It was gonna do that. It was going to be about rebuilding the galaxy after the Andros War, and after everything's been destroyed, you're trying to rebuild and reconnect and build an army, an armada, if you would. And it was going to be, about like, the classic Star Fox gameplay combined with gathering resources and building up like a connected series of systems that could fight together as a squadron. They also had a bunch of interconnectivity where you'd be able to play and like in some cases invade other players and like use Miiverse as well. They wanted an invasion system like Souls-ish, where you could also custom create characters. So if you wanted to build a Star Llama or Star Lion team, you could do that. There was going to be an explorable Great Fox that you could walk around like the Normandy. Multiple, different, vehicle types and all that shit. And And yeah, it was also going to be story playable co-op. And sounds, and then again, traditional versus mode dogfighting that we know and love, plus the online invasion system, and so on and so forth. Like, could have been a lot and could have been done, like, could have failed. However, on paper, way more interesting.
Well, everything's great on paper.
Exactly. But that, to start off with, that goddamn Jim Henson art style, you've already got me listening. You know? You had my curiosity, but now you have my attention. Yeah. What happened? Well, simply retro, everything that they were greenlit to work on had to be approved by Nintendo Japan, and Nintendo Japan just never approved it. There was discussions and there was plans and there was, enough green lighting to get the pre-production stuff done, but they never got the go-ahead. And so instead, that eventually, of course, became Star Fox Zero in 2016, the worst-selling Star Fox game in the series, and, yada, yada, yada. Nothing has been heard from Star Fox since. How about that?
That sucks.
How about that? Well,
I don't like this.
That's just enough information to get a bunch of angry fans together to start making their own Star Fox Armada with blackjack and hookers and Jim Henson art style.
Weird, we've never seen many Star Fox clones.
There was that one. God damn it, I forgot its name. There was one that was an indie game that had a really cool cel-shaded art style that I talked about some time ago. X Zodiac. That's what comes to mind. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. Anyways, let's take some letters.
Hey, if you want to send a letter, send it to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
Got one coming in from no tag given, so you'll remain anonymous, I guess. But this person asks about minute differences. Hello, Bane of Batarians and Pat. With the recent announcement of FF9 being the next opponent of Wooly, I was hit with the nostalgia wave, and I felt like playing it again. Unfortunately, I was reminded that while playing it, they couldn't reproduce the original sound effects and instead had to replace many of them with terrible new ones. I imagine the mental backlash I received from hearing these wrong sounds would be equal to discovering the sound of Max acting with Nero being changed or something in a future DMC4 remaster. It killed my nostalgia and annoyed me the more I played. So while I didn't make the game any worse, my own memories of the sound kept sabotaging my experience until I just stopped playing. Fortunately, I discovered someone felt the same way, did something about it, and released a mod called FF9 Sound Fix 2.0 that restores the original sounds. Hint, hint. Anyway, have you ever had the feeling of playing a remaster release where something was just off enough to make you say it's different, now it's ruined?
Yeah, Hyper Fighting on the Xbox 360 had the wrong fucking sound effects for some of the punches. And it was incredibly off-putting.
HD Remix?
No, Hyper Fighting.
Hyper Fighting specifically?
Yeah. The other thing, the one thing I don't like about the Dead Space remaster, like legit the only problem I have with the whole game is that, the little guys that have the giant the bomb on their arm?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, they used to make a really specific scream in every Dead Space game. They go "Ah!" or whatever, and it's a slightly different yell now. And I'm like, I don't like this much.
Okay. I mean, there's stuff where, there's blatantly just horrible shit. Like, Sparkster 360 is just a bad video game. Where you just don't even... Okay. But, if you think about something like the Ninja Turtles, Turtles in Time 3D remake, also for the 360, that's an interesting case because it's almost as if that it had a mode in it where you could press back or whatever to switch the view from classic to 3D, and you could see that it was like one on top of the other, right? Everything was made to be the exact same speed, the exact same input, the exact same game, except you had this worse looking, worse feeling 3D on top of it that felt lifeless, bland, and dead. Mm-hmm. But it was quote unquote pixel perfect in its timing, but it didn't matter because what was like even as accurate as it was, the change to the way the 3D looked was so fucking dry and unseasoned that game fucking it got delisted, I believe, permanently forever, and you could never go back and play it because of how horrible it fucking sold. Yeah, reshelled. Did it not have that? Was there not a button? Was there not a switch between modes thing?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Okay, then I'm wrong about that. I could have sworn there was a layer of 3D over the 2D game running, and you could switch between classic and modern, and it didn't matter in the end. Okay. Halo had that, but no, I really. All right, my bad. Completely misremembering that then. All right, well, in any case, I know that it's not quite the same thing either, but you've talked about, obviously, the jump in Sonic 4.
Saw it was just like literally just 1 second, just whoop. No, fuck it. Delete. Bye. Goodbye. Out. Gone. Oh, you want a really insane variation of this that just broke today? No More Heroes 3 is hitting Steam, right? Or sorry, it hit Steam a while ago. People figured out today that the Microsoft Store version is based off the PlayStation 5 version, but the Steam version's the PS4 version. They're two completely different ports to PC.
Weird. Did they get different companies?
I think so.
Like, are there different logos when you boot that up? What a weird thing to do. Why double your efforts?
I don't know. It's the same thing that happened with Nier Automata. Remember? That was two completely different PC ports.
I mean, whenever that happens, my guess is like the first company must have fucking, like, that relationship must be sour to shit. And or they did such a horrible job that they we need someone else to fix this and do it better. But a double fucking port of the same work. Weird. Okay. Well, one of them is going to be better than the other. Hopefully the later being a significant improvement.
I think the Steam version's worse than the Microsoft
Store
version.
Oh no. Because it's if it's better, then it's they ported it again with a different company because they wanted to fix some shit or something. I don't know. Weird. All right. Anyway. All right. Here's one coming in. From Queso says, "Hey, misunderstood yet moderate Wooly and clarity in his wrongness Pat. Queso here with a bit of advice. I noticed how much you mentioned the third rock from the sun tipping system in reference to Hi-Fi Rush. I mentioned it once on the podcast and once in the LP just in case people didn't see either one. It's not a ton. I tried to reiterate the point for two separate mediums. And I wanted to let you all know that is the cuntiest way to tip someone nowadays. I'll try to be concise. This isn't a discussion on tipping in general, but to be specific, a way to do so. It's hard for everything to go right in a restaurant on the best of days and to someone to judge you on the myriad, and it goes on about that, and then tipping is based on, and then it goes on about how tipping works, and it's about about being rude to the servers. And I won't go into the inherent power dynamic about the servers and all that stuff, but here, my brother in Christ, that's the joke. That the joke is that is a really shitty thing to do to the servers. That's the whole point. And when John Lithgow does it on the date, Mary is horrified because she's like, "What are you doing to these poor servers?"
Oh,
And
I remember this now. Okay.
and he's such an asshole that he's like, licking his tongue and pulling the bills off, and the waitress is like, "Oh God, and it's a huge cunty thing to do. That's the punchline. Oh yeah. So
Sounds like somebody won't be getting a tip for this email.
Right.
This service was terrible.
Sounds like somebody has worked in that industry a little too long, and at the mention of the prospect, just went into a fucking a flashback.
Yeah.
And then went, "No, don't do that." And it's like, no one's talking about actually doing that, man. Anyways. Here's one from Kate, who says,
getting customers and wait staff to argue about tips is like a grand joke from the owner. Look, I got them arguing over whether or not they should pay it. When in
Take
fact
the heat
I
off
should
of
pay
me.
it. Me, the owner. I should be paying them. Oops.
And then, well, isn't there
them.
and then there's that whole like thing where you get taxed on a wage that you don't actually get paid.
Oh, it's wonderful.
Yeah. So fun.
My only experience with tipping was working at the grocery store and them telling us you're not allowed to accept tips because that leads you to play favorites, and we pay you enough, you don't have tips, and everyone just going, and then just taking every single tip ever.
Did you guys have uniforms without pockets?
No.
Okay, well, there you go. Because that's the real commitment to the bit, is here's your work uniform, there is no pockets on it, you cannot even hide a tip if you got one.
Time to start eating coins.
Kate says, "Hey Pat and Wooly, with the recent remake of Dead Space out, and myself being a fan of the series, I find that while everyone talks about all the cool little bits of story and visual design that make the game feel grounded and real, one thing people don't ever seem to talk about is how absolutely awful the Ishimura must smell, aside from one little text log. For reference as to why this stands out to me and how bad it must be in world, and do a warning that this is kind of icky, I've in times briefly done janitor work at a hospital, and more than a few times I've had to respond to calls put in by people working in the burn unit to come in between surgeries and clean the floor drains with some very powerful cleaning supplies. The reason for this is in burn units especially, floor drains in surgery rooms easily get clogged with the flakes and flecks of skin that has to, by necessity, be debrided from the patient. Once it gets there, it has you have a short amount of time to clean them before you're able to smell the room itself, and in a very short amount of time, you have to get it across the whole floor. Sometimes, if you're really unlucky, the smell gets into the vents and transfers to other parts of the building. Multiply this by 1,000,000 and you get an understanding of why everyone isn't wearing an engineering helmet like Isaac should be stun-locked nonstop and puking as soon as they set foot on the Ishimura.
So one of the things that really stood out to me, particularly when I was going through Dead Space the other day, was I was going through an area that was completely devoid of enemies, right? I completely, there were no enemies left. And I was just overwhelmed with this, like, even with this ship brand new out the dock, what a fucking miserable place to serve and do your job on. The tightest hallways with just the most amount of, like, random ass industrial space machinery going off in the fucking background. Just the smallest rooms for most people on the crew deck. Like, just awful. Like, it is a fucking oil rig submarine times 1,000, but in space.
I think we can probably say that, not that there won't be attempts, but smell-o-vision will never catch on.
No, it will not.
Because
There have been attempts. There have been.
there have
smell-o-vision.
been. I remember a product called Scent Stories, by Glade or someone that makes like air freshening shit, and it was a like an attempt to like have a digital thing that created a scent that came along with whatever part of a little movie you were watching, and it's like there's no win here because, like, okay, sometimes you smell good. Most people, you smell good things, and a lot of that is going to be food related. So it's just, you're just hungry, and you don't want to smell food you're not going to eat. You want to smell what you have in front of you. So that's pointless. Smell is also the most powerful repellent that burns into your memory. And anything that slightly resembles anything that someone has a horrible memory of is going to absolutely destroy their experience in whatever thing they're watching. Willfully subjecting yourself to it notwithstanding. And then there's just like the neutral, non like offensive, I guess, things that are like, oh, I guess you can do incense or candles or lavender or vanilla. And it's like, I don't mind me some vanilla smell in general. That's pretty nice. I don't care much for the other ones I just listed.
Vanilla's okay.
Yeah. There are so many people that have literally zero sense of smell at all, or are nonplussed by the floral scents in general.
I have a really bad sense of smell.
That there is no benefit here because it's like, oh, the story I'm watching or whatever occasionally smells like some flowers, but that's it. Because if it smelled like food or anything gross, this would be an anti-endorsement for the product. It's never catching on.
I remember when me and Paige were had just moved to BC and we were out in the forest, right? And we'd go outside in the morning, and she'd take like a big breath. that beautiful, fresh, clean air. And like almost every morning, she'd be like, "Can you smell that? Oh, it's incredible." And at some point, I'm like, "Are you making fun of me?" And she's like, "What? No." I'm like, I can't smell that at all, right? Like, I have no idea what you're fucking talking about.
Yeah.
And she's like, "Oh no, it's you can't smell that." I'm like, "Nah, not really." But on top of that, for my smell stuff, like, you want to talk smell-o-vision? That like, their artificial scents have a 9 in 10 chance of punching me in the face and making me so sick I throw up.
That I do remember.
I have a really, really intense perfume allergy.
Yeah.
And so, like, you went to people's houses when you were a kid probably, and mom had like a Glade plug-in.
Mm-hmm.
It was like getting punched in the stomach for me, and I would get horribly, horribly ill. So it's just can't go to Eric's house. Just can't. I
remember that one was always odd because you have a weak sense of smell, but it was very strong towards that.
Yeah, things that hurt me, I can smell from 10 miles away.
Right. I know somebody who got COVID, lost their sense of smell and taste, and has not yet gotten it back. And it's permanent, and it's gone. It's months. And
that's scary.
The description from them was not, oh, it makes things dull or whatever. He's like, no. Everything I eat is air and water. There is no taste to anything. He cannot detect when a diaper needs changing because there's nothing. Man. And he can eat a spicy thing, and the only way he'll know it's spicy is because he will start sweating suddenly and be like, oh, I guess I'm perspiring. That must have been spicy.
Me. I remember there were a couple people who lost their sense of taste or smell due to COVID. And they're like, haha, let's order some Reapers and some ghost peppers.
Yeah.
And then they got horribly, horribly sick because they had a bunch of them and their stomach just started to melt.
the acid in your stomach is trying to handle, what you dropped in there, and your stomach lining is absolutely suffering from it. The inside of your body is still unaffected. That shit's gonna hurt the whole time. Yeah, don't be an idiot there. But yeah, in this case, this dude just lost it completely. And weirdly, people have been reporting that they caught it a second time and then it came back. So it's baffling how the body works, and I don't know what that's about. But in this post-COVID world now, where people have gotten this shit and are still getting this shit, even less incentive to create smell-based media.
You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of there's a lot of ways to try and track, like, oh no, is my area or is COVID cases on the way up before, official numbers come back to go, we're in an upswing or whatever. It's the fucking Amazon candle review metric.
Sure.
Which is you go to the Amazon scented candle reviews and you check the recent reviews and you see how many of them are like, this fucking thing is bullshit. It doesn't smell like nothing. This shit is a lie. And you're like, all right, okay, time to mask back up and be extra careful.
Yeah, back in Grenada, my mom used to use incense a lot because it was a mosquito repellent as well.
Yeah.
And I've just grown to fucking hate that smell. I just don't like it. Anything
but
that
you hate it more than mosquitoes.
Yeah. No, but I'll use other means of repellent.
Yeah.
I'd rather put a net up or fucking spray myself.
Yeah.
But anything that you have to that creates like a smoke to it, I'm like, that's unpleasant. I don't like the burn scent to it. Although, a normal log fire is fine, but incense just...
I think everybody likes a log fire smell. Burning wood's just pleasant.
That's great. Anyways, there you go. Thanks for the details on how fucking burn ward victim skin smells when it goes down the drain. Appreciate
My mom
that.
Babysat kids when I was a kid, when I was smaller, and the husband of one of the kids she babysat, he was a janitor at the local hospital, and this dude looked like he was gonna jump out of any window at the drop of a hat, just like when someone's smile doesn't reach their eyes, because they're just fucking 1,000 yards staring at all times. And I asked him, do you like it? He's like, no. I'm like, why do you do it? Because it pays really, really well for janitor work.
Yep. Okay.
But
it's gonna take a cost out of your soul.
Yeah.
I mean, if you happen to be somebody that's fucking dead in the nose, then you can fucking take those gigs all day. You can probably find some. But
I'm a kid, right? I'm 10. I'm like, do you ever find a piece of somebody on the floor? And he just looks at me and goes, yeah. I'm like, oh, as an adult me looks back at that question is like, okay.
All right. Okay, everybody. Catch you next time.
Have a good week.